That running good morning ERA. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I didn't get a chance to say good morning to everyone, so let's do that now. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Artem. Good morning, Barry. Good morning, Bev. Good morning, BG, Bev G. Good morning, Carlos. Good morning, CB. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Alian. Good morning, Alakim. Good morning, Hassan. Good morning, Hussein. Good morning, Om. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, John. Good morning, Juan. Good morning, June. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, Matthew. Good morning, Najandra. Good morning, Nancy. Good morning, Om. Good morning, Praveen. Good morning, Sanjay. Good morning, Suda. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, Lynn. And good morning, Wub Street. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. On top of that, we do have a catalyst at 10 o'clock as well. All right, 10 o'clock catalyst. So again, let us know in the chat. Are you looking to trade after 10 o'clock, before 10 o'clock? That's going to be very important. That's going to be very important. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Firefly. Elion. Tujin. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So very, very important. Okay, so if you do have any ideas, if any questions, put in the chat. Now, I think we finished up a little early. I was going a little fast because I covered some of the stuff from yesterday. I covered the daily recap in the post not the post market, in stocks after dark yesterday. So I wanted to go a little fast through that. As far as the event calendar is concerned for this week, red folder today, quiet tomorrow, ADP Wednesday, ISM Wednesday, unemployment claims Thursday, big one there. Average hourly earnings, core retail sales. We got NFP and retail sales. So a lot of employment-related data here and consumer sentiment stuff as well. Meet from the standpoint of retail sales. How is the consumer's health looking? Is the consumer still spending? Is the spending slowing down? So very, very important that we pay attention to the data this week. As far as earnings is concerned, we are now kind of closing out earnings season. So we do have a couple of laggards here. We have Riot reporting today. That stands out. We have Target, Best Buy, AutoZone, a couple of retail names there. We have GitLab, CrowdStrike there, cybersecurity name Box. On Tuesday, we have Broadcom, we have Okta, we have Webull, Webull. We have Cracker Barrel, we have Costco. Remember the Cracker Barrel fiasco? It might have been a year ago, right? They changed the logo, stock completely collapses, and then they change it back because of the pressure, right? That might have been intentional, but who knows? Okay, so again, plan for today is ease into Monday, regardless if there was a catalyst or if there wasn't a catalyst, geopolitical catalyst or not. Going into Mondays, we're already looking to ease our way in, which simply means we're looking to use less size. Okay, we have a long month ahead of us. We have a long week ahead of us. So pace yourself, right? Once that bell rings, right, the ultra marathon for the month of March starts. So you don't want to just come out the gate sprinting. You want to pace yourself. You want to get your reads. March is a little different than February. You want to see how price interacts with different levels. And by the time it's the first week, we have the first week under our belt. We'll have a good feel for how price is interact with those levels. Of course, for the improvement that I want to make, of course, is trying to keep my entry as close as possible to those key levels, right? And I clean up a little bit of my execution, and that's going to take place today, right? Today, I'll do my best to do that and take it from there. There's always something to improve, always an opportunity for us to continuously get better. So we're a couple of minutes out from the open. Okay, let me just put our chat here. Let me duplicate that. I am working on an indicator, guys, so be on the lookout. Be on the lookout for the Shockwave 15. I was in the lab during the weekend, right? So this indicator is coming up shortly. I'm just running a few more tests. Okay, Shockwave 15 indicator. Okay, call trigger, put trigger, aggressive, conservative. If you watch the series, you know it gives you the last three ideas, current idea, and all the targets. All right, so I'm going to run some tests on this, and then I'll release it soon. All right, and it tells you, it gives you a ranking, what's up, what's down. All right, so if you're interested in this indicator, please let me know. All right, this indicator is going to be great for people who have that, who don't know how to draw their risk, who don't know how to plot their entries, right? It even gives you a trigger, right? It gives you a trigger. It gives you some signals. Okay. But of course, the signals, they're just help. They're just to give you some assistance. All right, a little bit of aid. You can see, have it to where it doesn't give you a signal every time. Targets the downside, targets the upside. So this will be coming very, very, very soon. I just have to test it, do a little more test, refine it, but I'll release the first version very, very soon. And this can be very simple. It can be applied to any mega cap name. Just have to adjust the time. And of course, you have to adjust a couple of variables, and it gives you everything you need. If the market is synchronized selling, synchronized buying, we have SPY, QQQ, DIA, IWM, VIX. So this will be coming out very, very soon. It's going to be game changing, and it's not just a regular orb indicator. It's because this pairs very well with our 9-part series that we went over, the Shockwave 15 strategy. All right, so this is going to be the icing on the cake. All right, so that's coming up soon. So I will let you guys know when that's available. Okay, that's what I've been working on. Okay, so it will be part of the membership. So the membership, of course, the increase is coming. So I'm going to increase the price when that gets added. The price increase is not going to affect the people already in the community. So if you're not in the community, of course, it's going to increase. I'm going to look to add more things to the community. And as we continue to grow, that's going to give you those tools to take the guesswork out of it. So I'm still deciding how I'm going to roll it out. And there's a couple of indicators right behind that as well that I'm working on as well. Okay, so let's get started on YouTube and take it from there. Okay, any other questions? Any other questions, guys? SPY puts. Yeah, just be careful off the open. Get a good read. Get your reads, guys. Get your reads. Get a read on the IV, on the VIX. How much are the contracts going for? Okay, let's pause YouTube here. Top of the morning, traders, and happy Monday, March 2nd. Welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great weekend and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. We do have a geopolitical catalyst that's taking place. The airstrikes, conflict in the Middle East. We are seeing all the indexes looking to gap down to the downside. So again, off the open, guys, don't try to chase. Let the market settle in. There's a lot of uncertainty. We're seeing gold and oil pushing to the upside, Bitcoin flat, all 4 indexes selling off. SPY looking to gap down. This gap down is major because this gap down is not only a daily gap down, it's a weekly gap down as well as a monthly gap down. So right off the open, I'm looking to plot my levels, TOG, BOG, G50. That open, today's opening print, guys, that's going to be the daily open, the weekly open, as well as a monthly open. So that level does not leave our charts for the rest of the month. That level is going to be very, very critical. Anytime we're above it, we're bullish from the open standpoint. Anytime we're below it, we're bearish from the open standpoint. Right? Not from a sentiment standpoint, just from overall where we started to where we are perspective. Okay. So again, going into today, what happened last month, what happened last week, what happened on Friday stays in last month, last week in Friday, new opportunity. This is a fresh month, fresh week. So kick off this week, kick off the month, following your rules, sticking to your plan, looking for your setups and not rushing the process. Okay. So they're throwing a challenge at us right out the gate. All right, so we're equipped to handle any challenge they throw. Okay, we'll look for our opportunities and capitalize off that. All right, let the market open up. Good morning, everyone on YouTube. Good morning. Good morning, Vanaz. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Mez. Good morning, TJ. Make sure to like the video, guys. 60 likes first hour. We'll do a giveaway. We are officially open. Where are we going to open up? We're opening up all the way down. All the way down here, guys. So that PML has moved. We are opening up all the way down here. 676.60. 676.60. If anyone has puts from last week, right, just some lotto puts, you are laughing to the bank. Do me a favor. Type in the chat what the IV is and what I said the IV could potentially be. Right. So that's the first thing you want to do. Before you start clicking buttons, that's the first thing you want to pay attention to. Okay. First thing you want to pay attention to is that exact thing. Okay, we're officially open. Let that 1 minute candle close. From time to time, we will have the news, CNBC, or I'll find another source, just to see what's going on in the background, right? So per usual, but nothing changes from our perspective. We're focused on the charts. We're focusing on the technicals. All right, so that BOG is right here. So this is that weekly downside breaker, guys. We're already directional on the weekly. We are already directional on the weekly. We are trading below last week's lows. We're trading below the lowest point of last week. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Put your state, country in the chat. Long-time viewers, take the next steps and join our community. We have a few spots left from the February trial. The month trial, I'll roll that out in just maybe tomorrow, because the February trial is still available. All right, so off the open, we're starting to bounce to the upside. No surprise. Okay, let's see what takes place. We're starting to see the Qs push the upside as well. The question becomes, is it a pump and dump? Does it pump slightly for a little bit and start to work its way back to downside? As far as IWM is concerned, IW continues to push. We have that PMH. Why is my PMH all the way? And that was a PMH. That was actually right. 680.86. Okay, 680.86. We have the PMH right there. So the Qs off to the races, guys. Qs off to the races. PMH. Qs are above that PMH currently. See if they can hold above PMH. Back above VWAP. SPY continues to push the upside. We did go triple top off PMH in pre-market, so keeping a close eye on that. If that remains true, that PMH does come into this territory here, guys. So if we can get a bounce off that 23, hold that 23, reclaim 23 on the VIX, start to push it back the upside. PMH grab, as long as we stay above that, as long as we stay below 682.38, can come into play. So we'll keep a close eye on that here. 5-minute orb, 2 minutes. 5-minute orb, 2 minutes. Okay, good morning, guys. Let's get the likes up. 50 likes, 60 likes. We're increasing the standard. 60 likes, we will do the giveaway. Our goal today is to get to, we can do it, guys, 3,300 subs. 3,300 subs. Still, I was taking a look at the stats over the weekend. Over 65% of the people that do tune in are not subscribed yet. So do me a favor and subscribe if you do find value from the content. So far, guys, first few minutes off the open, we're starting to see some buyers pick this thing back up. Okay, starting to see some buyers pick this thing back up. We're coming into this PMH. I want to see how we interact with that PMH and how the VIX interacts with that 23. How the VIX interacts with that 23. Boeing is starting to go, you can see. Okay, we said if gold and oil start to push the downside, if they start selling off, that can open up the door for us to get bought up. And look at that, guys. What a strong response. That's why it's so important not to come into the day with a fixed bias. Okay, not to come into the day with a fixed bias. So Qs are right at that prior day low, that daily downside breaker. SPY's at that PMH. If Qs can hold above 602.19, start to work their way to the upside. Okay, they're working. They can potentially start to go to 605.26. Right, so right off the open, guys, once that 23 broke on the VIX, we're starting to push to the upside. So I'm keeping a close eye on this territory and that PMH, how we interact with it. The contracts are still slightly elevated. They're at 32%. They were at 37 off the open. So I'm going to let that cool off just a little bit. We're in the jaws of that gap, down. We're back above that weekly downside breaker. We are headed towards G50. So I'm keeping a close eye on G50 as well. So 5-minute orb army. You're on the clock if you are trading the 5-minute orb. If you took everything into consideration as far as the variables are concerned, contracts, so on and so forth, right? If you're waiting for your entry model, you want to base your entries based off that territory. If you don't trade the 5-minute orb, there's nothing for you to do. There is nothing for you to do. Good morning, Nico. Good morning, Arthur. Good morning, guys. IWM continues to push, guys. All the indexes except the Dow. The Dow's catching up. 485.58 will be that PMH. Everything else is above PMH. Everything else is above that PMH, which is that pre-market high. Right? That's why it's so important. Do I need to move to YouTube now? You can stay here. You can go on YouTube, whichever one you like. This is the exact same stream is being relayed on YouTube, Praveen, but on YouTube there's a delay, right? There's a delay on YouTube. There's ads on YouTube, so this is the premium experience. Absolutely, if you can like it on YouTube, even better, right? Boot camp this Saturday, guys. I had the privilege to work with a ton of students. It was awesome. I love to work with the students with this class. Went over a lot of good stuff. Okay, so if you did take that boot camp, if you did find it valuable, make sure to leave a review. I believe you can leave a review even if you're in a free community on WAP and you won via giveaway. Right, we will be doing giveaway as well today. Okay, so now take that information. You should be added to the Google Classroom. You have access to the resources. The recording has been posted there. If you have any questions, you can send me a message about anything. You have the Shockwave 15 course as well. You have a ton of things there to continue to go back to the video and learn and fill the gaps of understanding if I went too fast. All right. Again, feel free to reach out at any time. You can even ask questions during stream pertaining to the things we covered in boot camp. All right. So for the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, basically. Okay. Bulls are here. Okay. This is why you don't come into the day, take the headlines, start basing your bias on the headlines and clicking buttons. This is the exact reason why, guys. You would think it would dump. Matter of fact, it pumps. Okay, matter of fact, it pumps. Question now becomes, can we hold above that 682.38, which is that 50% retrace? 682.38. We're starting to, that 15 minute is starting to show some signs of strength. Right now, it has 6 minutes left in it. 6 minutes left in that 15 minute. If it starts to wick aggressively, get back below PMH, that's when I can start to get. That's when I can look to start getting active to the downside. Okay. Okay, let's do this. The time on sale is filtered out for the large orders only, right? So you're only going to see the large orders. Our IVs, we're moving to $1.30 per 5. $1.30 per 5. This 5 minute candle is right at that 50%, that daily downside breaker as well. That daily downside breaker. Okay. Contracts, right? They're a bit pricey. No surprise. I'm going to go less size here. Go a little further strike. 677. They're going to hold that PMH. Okay, so you can hold that PMH. Fall below PMH based off that 50% retrace G50 rejection. In this case, I want the SPY to hold. I want the, not the SPY. The VIX to hold at 22. Okay, if we can do that, that'd be great. Okay, I want to see a slice and dice through 680, 88 or 86. 680, 86. I want to break below that. That 5 minute candle is looking to be a shooter. 5 minute reversal could possibly be coming here. Initial pump and the dump. That would be nice. If I do get that entry at that 680, 86, I'm looking to take it to 680 psychological level, those levels there. But I want to see a break below 680, 86. If it continues to push, if it wants to use it as a bounce level, continues to accelerate, that's fine as well. I'll look for something beyond 682.36, the upside. All right, so now it's just a wait and see in this area to see if we can get that break below it. I like how the VIX is starting to wake up. If the Qs can start to trigger to the downside, that'd be great as well. That 5 minute combo is here. We're above VWAP. Again, break below 680.86. That'd be good. And my risk would be that daily downside breaker. VIX showing that bounce. All right, just trying to time this so I don't sit through a lot of back and forth. If that candle holds the way it is, I'll take that next break. Want to see a break below that level. Okay, we'll be patient. Okay, I'll take it right there. And when the put's there, I want that daily downside breaker to hold. Okay. I want that daily downside breaker to hold. See if we get that hold below it. If we get back above 682.36, okay, then I'll be out of there. Okay, already down 10, 14. If we hold above 681.66, I should say, I'll be out of there. Might have been a little bit of an early entry, but I want this to hold. So no close above that. Okay, that'll be my risk. Okay, 10 to 15%. Okay, in the meantime, if we can wick out of there, start to break, that would be good. Okay, I'm out of there. So I gave it a shot. Stopped out there, first trade. If we can break, if we can get back below it, I can re-engage. That might have been too early. Okay. Still a little too early there. I like how the VIX is bouncing. I like how it's bouncing. I want it to hold that 2022. If we can wick off of it, okay, I can re-engage. If it just breaks away, continues to go, I'll just let it be. So first trade, not even 2 minutes, stopped out. Okay. That 5-minute candle is still inside, so it still hasn't decided. So if you're waiting for that official break, 680.80. Good morning, guys. Are we going to continue or can we flash back? I shot my shot to see if we can get that break. Okay, a little premature, but my risk was right there. Right, very, very tight, and it continues to push. The VIX is still, the Qs are still inside on the 5. All of them are still inside on the 5. So I'll still, if it does get that breakdown, I will still be there. Right? I will still be there. Could be a mistimed entry. See if we have some fuel behind that candle here. I do like how the VIX is starting to bounce, right? I like that bounce. And contracts are moving. They're moving and grooving. See if we can hold that full engulfing candle. If it starts to flip, goes bright green. That means there's some buyers there. So right off the open, guys, for the first 13 minutes, we're seeing some buyers getting active. We're seeing some buyers getting active. All the indexes are above VWAP. All of them are above PMH as well. Okay, this is the first real test. First real test. We are in the jaws of that gap down. We're in the jaws of that gap down. So this is what the break level is going to be. If we can get that break. Break back below that level, that'd be great. Again, if I was a little more patient here, right? Maybe I could have went without that trade there, but I like the way this candle looked. I like the way that candle looked. See if I can take advantage of that continued push lower. 15-minute orb coming up, guys. 15-minute orb coming up. 15-minute orb is coming up here. Okay, that high is going to be that 682.45 as of now. 682.45. 682.45. Okay. All right, so it looks like they're using this PMH. This should be PMH. They're using that PMH. That's support. So that PMH holding that support, and we continue to go with the upside. So complete the opposite direction push. All right, so we go inside, we continue. Now we're continuing to the upside. So nice little break there. Nice little break there. So we're above PMH. Now we're going to, we're working our way deeper into that gap. Okay, so we're at that 50% point of that gap. 50% point of that gap. And now we're getting a nice little break. So this was a good, took it to the downside, stopped out. Good stop out there. So the bulls decided to use this PMH as support. They decided to use that as support. Again, if the if the VIX gets below 22, continues to accelerate, that's going to help that continued push. 15-minute orb, those highs are 682.84. 682.84. No, 682.46. 682.46. 682.46. 15-minute orb army's in. If you took that ripple, it might be 84 actually. For some reason, it's saying 682.46 here. Okay, it's 84. All right. It's 84. Okay. So this is the indicator that I was talking about that I've been building. Okay. So it's for the Shockwave 15. If it does break that 682.84, that first target is all the way up there. All right, so we're breaking out, guys. In the jaws of the gap. Question is, can we continue to push the upside? Question is, can we continue to push the upside, hold above this 50% retrace, and try to make a run into that gap fill? Before we do that, we have a lot of levels to address in this territory. Let me take this off. That's last week's level. We have the BOG of Friday, bottom of the gap of Friday. We have 50% retrace of the daily. So who would have thought this is the kind of action we get off the open? Okay, off the open is the kind of action that we get. Okay, 15-minute orb. Now ripple continues. That actually lines up nicely with this here, that 15-minute orb. With that G50. Okay, if you're in, manage accordingly. Beautiful job. Let me get caught up in the chat. 4 calls, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Playing out nicely. So who would have thought, right? The opposite. It does the opposite, right? That's why it's so dangerous to come into the day with that bias, right? You take a look at the headlines. You think the market's going to dump. You take a look at the pre-market. It does the opposite. Beautiful job, Sancho. 904 sold puts and went calls. My bias is orb. Everything else is irrelevant. Beautiful job, Richie. All right, so this thing is, waves are waving. Let's continue to push the upside. Waves waving, push into the upside. Just like another day. Just like another day here. Okay. That lines up with that G50, with that M50. Sorry, that G50. All right, that 50% retrace that gap. How are we doing on YouTube, guys? Good morning, Ganache. Good morning, Thomas. Thank you so much for the boot camp. It was awesome. Absolutely, guys. Make sure to leave a review. We will have another boot camp soon. I'll let you guys know when that is. We're shooting for one getting started boot camp a month and one advanced boot camp or a moderate boot camp a month as well. So 2 boot camps a month. That's what we're looking to shoot for. Okay, so first trade stopped out, tried to take the puts. Tried to see if we can get back below that PMH. Validation marker 681.66. To give you some context, we were trading below prior day lows. We reclaimed that, swept that, and we're starting to push the upside. So right off the open, guys, right off the open, bulls are here. They're buying it back up. Bulls are here buying it back up. On the daily, we're probably getting a nice hammer candle on the daily. That's still yet too early to determine. So far, the question in the chat was bullish or bearish, 9:30 to 11:30. 71% of the chat said bearish, right? 71% of the chat said bearish. Even if you're bearish, if you just take a look at the action, right, just take advantage of what's there. Okay, so let's see how far this thing wants to go. The next level up for grabs is that monthly, gap 50% retrace, that G50. Okay, that G50. See if it starts to go off that G50. Okay. See if there's a move behind that. The Qs worked their way all the way to 50% retrace, guys. 50% retrace of the daily. That's 605.26. We came near that territory. We're starting to reject. Qs are starting to fade. IWM starting to fade as well. Reject off that daily downside breaker. It's starting to come to that PMH. See if we can get that below that PMH. Or was this just a nice elaborate pump to get that nice dump? We shall see. First things first, see if we can hold below that 682.38. 682.38. IV's starting to return to some level of normalcy. IV's returning to some level of normalcy. Let's zoom out to the 15 real quick. All right, 15 real quick, our game plan chart. Okay, let's go to the 5-minute wave. Okay, POC 681.68. So put in the chat, do we make one of these maneuvers? Do we do one of these maneuvers? Do we go, we get all the way up there and then start turning back around? Do we do one of these maneuvers? Or do we just continue in this manner? All right, that's the $1 million question. That's the $1 million question. That is the $1 million question. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Like. We got 116 people joining us this morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Okay. $60 likes, we'll do a giveaway. 60 likes between 9:30 and 10:30. That will be our first giveaway. So make sure to hit the like button, guys. We're at 30 likes. We can easily cross 60. We have 115 people joining us. All right. 115 people joining us. 1 minute wave. Okay, we're back above. Okay. So if we put the indicator, okay, so the indicator draws out your risk, draws out your reward. If I just erase my drawings, this is for the Shockwave 15, this is what it looks like. Okay, that's what it looks like. So what it does is, let me just do this real quick. This is exclusively for the Shockwave 15 orb traders who have taken the Shockwave 15 course. All right, so you can see this is your conservative risk. It does the calculation already. This is your conservative risk. This is your aggressive risk. And then if you want to hold the target's all the way up there. Okay, it's a little messy for my chart, but it is something that is being worked on. So if you pair that along with what you're doing already, it gives you the levels right away. Okay, so see if we can continue to hold this, guys. So we can continue to hold this. VIX starts to break below that 22. This thing can maybe make another push to the upside. Okay. So until proven otherwise, we're getting a nice push up, nice break, nice push up, nice break. Okay. Let's see what that 5 is looking like inside 5. So let's see if that inside candle can become directional. If it can become directional, this thing continues or breaks down. So critical Harami candle here. Let that candle close. And waiting for the candle closure, sometimes it saves you some bullets. From the standpoint of just wait for the candle to close. I know we like the front run, but it saves you some ammo. Okay, the Qs are still inside on the 5 after going 3 down. The Dow is starting to wick off of those lows. So we're at the halfway point of the gap so far. So far, we did take one trade, stopped out of the puts. How we doing so far, strikers? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Done. I owe it to George. Always great words of encouragement when I was ready to quit. Absolutely. Sancho, this is just the beginning. You've committed to the process, and it's awesome to see. So awesome to see it. And you can even go through. That's why it's so important to interact in the chat, guys. You can go to the through the archive and see how much progress you're making. So the archive of the chat is designed for you to go back and see how far you've come. There's a long way to go at all times, but don't discount, right, how far you've come, right? Sometimes we're so focused on where we're going. Sometimes you got to just take one step to see, hey, this is how much progress I made. There's a long journey ahead, but this is how much progress I made, because no one's going to give you the pat on the back. So it's very important for you to always give yourself credit when the credit is due. So tremendous job. $1,000 is that your first? That's maybe your first $1,000 day of 2026, if I'm not mistaken. So awesome job for Sancho. And Sancho's a full-time student too. So did we open any? So I did take puts to the downside. Depends on what your strategy is, right? Took puts here. If you take the 5-minute orb, your entries here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? You took this to the upside. It just depends on what you're trading. So the one thing that's very important to understand, guys, is not everyone trades the exact same thing at the exact same time, right? So it's very important for you to start identifying what lines up with the things you like to trade. A new hourly candle here. It's officially 11 o'clock. Of a new hourly candle, top of the hour candle. Double inside on the 5. We did see double inside, triple inside activity last week. All right, if you recall during first shift. Right, I want to see that separation away from this 22 on the VIX. Okay, what kind of separation do we get when it's all said and done? Okay, the Qs are going 3, 1, 2. SPY is going 2, 1, 1, 2 to the downside. Any separation. I think you hit your half of your performance in February in one day. That's amazing. All right, that's only in trading, guys. Only in trading. Okay, only in trading. So from a technical standpoint, waves are still waving to the upside. Trend is still bullish. Okay, trend is still bullish from a technical standpoint. Let me do this as well. Okay, let me take all this off, and then I'll show you what the indicator says. Because it doesn't need the levels to make the decisions. So far what the indicator says is, all right, it says calls here, and it says to target 684.68. Right, because it's an uptrend. So this is a uptrend. This is a expansion momentum indicator. Let me get this one actually. Okay. That's what it says. All right, it continues to push, so you can see the indicator. It says calls. And now we're working our way to this territory up here. Took some time, but it continues to push. Take some time, continues to push. That first target. Okay, if you're trading the to a T, that first target is going to be 684.68. 684.68, but it does have this obstacle here. Okay, 684.68. There goes the Qs, there goes the Dow, there goes IW, guys. Everything is pushing. Everything is pushing. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we can get some pushback at that daily 50% retrace. The bottom of February's gap. We can get some pushback there. All right, so this thing is trending to the upside, continues to push, breaks above that 5-minute orb, nice entry, retest, continues to push, spend some time above it, below it, above it, below it, gets to that 15-minute orb, which lines up with that that gap, 50% retrace, the gap down from this morning, and now we already hit that initial target, okay? That already hit that target, so see if it has some more room into this 685.51. If we get into the 685.51, guys, we've officially closed the gap. Closed the gap from this morning. We've officially closed the gap from this morning. Okay. So again, that indicator will be available very, very soon, and it's not just some random indicator. It's based on, go watch the 9-week series, Shockwave 15. Watch that series. It's based on those principles. Based on those principles, especially the quads. All right, it measures out your risk. It gives you the targets. Okay. and it gives you this. It gives you suggested areas to go. Okay, suggested areas to go. Absolute JB. Get some rest. I know you're working third. So now let's go back real quick, right? So if you recall this morning in pre-market, in our pre-market prep, we laid out a few scenarios. So the scenario that is playing out currently was the one I was saying is least likely, but it's playing out. From the standpoint of the one I was trying to pursue was this, guys. If you recall, I was doing this. Get above PMH, show some signs of weakness. I could have waited a little bit to see confirmation. There was no signs of weakness. I just tried to front run it. Stopped out, but I'm not going to still be in here knowing that it's going to continue to push higher. So now it is breaking out. Okay, it is breaking out, and it's in this runway. So the question is, as it continues to hold above this territory, do we flip this thing back up after bouncing in the 675.82, 677.58 territory? Okay, if we're making some progress in the jaws of this runway, guys, we're probably looking to pursue this zone up here. Okay, we are breaking out. So can we hold above it? If it turns into a cleanup trend to the upside, okay, then we'll be there for it. All right. So this, if anything, is why it's so important not to come into the day with a fixed bias. All right, I was emphasizing it multiple times during pre-market. It's because of this. You see something in the headlines, it starts to shape and mold your bias. Okay, because if we take a look at it, if we want these things to take place, what do we need to see? We need the VIX to get below those levels. We need the crude to slow down or start to sell off. And we need gold to slow down or start to sell off. So we did see gold sell off, starting to slow down now, but primarily the VIX, guys. Okay, the VIX. So it's making strides in that gap up. SPY's about to fill that gap down. I mean, the gap down. Yep, we're back below this territory here, and the volatility is just leaving the market. Okay, so volatility is leaving the market. So the contracts are down. Those contracts, the IV contracts, they did open up at 37, 38%. They're back to 24%. Some level of normalcy. At 10 o'clock, we did get a catalyst there as well. At 10 o'clock, ISM. So now is this thing going to continue to push up to the upside? If it is, this will be monumental, okay? Because now the Qs are about to get above the 605.25 territory. If they get above 605.25, the 3-up candle, engulfing candle on the daily can come into play. Engulfing candle on the daily can come into play. All right, still early, but that's what it's looking like so far, barring this push to the upside, this uptrend breaks. Okay. So very, very important for us to consider that. Can't wait to see your indicator. Thank you for all your hard work. 684 up 39%. Gold hit. Beautiful, beautiful job, guys. Beautiful, beautiful. So far for me, one trade to take the puts here. All right, so I defined the risk, stopped out. Even though I wanted to see that breakdown, I'm not fully falling in love with it to the point where I'm gonna hold it regardless. It's not a make or break. It's I want to see XYZ take place during a particular window in time. If it doesn't take place, and if a level gets violated, then my time is up. On to the next one. Okay. Lucky mug refill time. Absolutely, guys. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. We have 122 people joining us this morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community when the indicator does get released. Of course, the indicator will be available on our site. Okay, and I will make it available in the community part of the package, part of your subscription. All right, so the indicator will be available, part of your subscription. When the indicator does get released, there is going to be a price increase for the community, not for the members, right? If you recall, my word from the very beginning was, if you're a member, if you've been supporting the channel, if If you join, if you're really immersing yourself in the content and you're dedicated to the process and you're locked in, that's the price you pay. Right? So again, when the indicator does get released, we are scheduled for a price increase because this indicator will take out the guesswork. All right? I'm still, the 1.0 is done. I'm adding some adjustments to it. Okay? And I'll maybe pair it with a video. You can buy the indicator individually on its own, or you can be in the community to take advantage of it. Okay, so be on the lookout for that. Probably the end of the month. That'll be available going into April. So basically going into Q2. All right, going into Q2, indicator will be available. And it's based on the Shockwave 15. So if you don't understand Shockwave 15, if you don't understand the principles behind those, the method, it's taking the open source 15-minute orb, 5-minute orb setup, adding some parameters around it. Okay. Entry model around it, risk framework around it, and modifying it so it's high probability. Yeah, the indicator is so the primary principles of Shockwave 15 is this is your 15-minute range. Once your 15-minute range opens up, you have your breaker. Okay, of course, you have your breaker, just the traditional orb. You have your upside breaker, you have your downside breaker. What are some things to consider? Catalyst, of course, you want to do your environmental condition reads. Okay, once you get the break above those highs, all right, you get the calls. Once you get a break below these lows, you get the puts. But it just can't be something as simple as that. You need multiple areas of verification. All right, so on top of that, what are you risking to engage this type of setup? So what the indicator automatically does is it takes the quad principles, the quad framework we implemented into consideration, right? So it gives you suggested areas where you can manage risk. So one is, of course, a bullish quad 1. We have the equilibrium. Okay, we have bullish, and then we have the bearish quad. All right, so you can use half of it and a quarter of it. And what is the targets? The targets will be the quarter target and the half the target and a full target. So if you're looking to do one-to-one risk, if you're looking to do one-to-one conservative, your target is conservative. If you're looking to do aggressive, your target can be conservative or aggressive, and you can trail that way as well. And it has a couple of other things it looks for as far as environmental conditions are concerned across all the indexes. Okay, you can see. Okay, so what it does is you can see, when I say synchronized buying, synchronized selling, you can see the market. Okay, it's in sync, 4 for 4. So the buying is synced up. So the environmental conditions are ideal. SPY is up, Qs are up, the Dow is up, IDM is up, VIX is down. This is ideal scenario. Of course, you don't just enter there. The entry signal is here and here. Okay, gives you the TPs, 684.68, gives you the risk, aggressive, 680.24, conservative, 681.35 to the upside. So but if you use this, you must follow the risk parameters. If you're not going to follow the risk, you might as well not trade it. If you want something beneath conservative, you can do your own type of risk as well. Okay, so let me show you here. Okay, so let me show you. I'm going to erase everything. So you can see. You can make the target dotted, right, just to make it a little clean. Okay, I know this is taking a little bit of time, but it's really going to be beneficial, guys. It's going to be very beneficial. Okay, it's going to take the guesswork out. All right. So in this case, so I know exactly what goes into it. I can't pay someone to program it because I have to program it myself. So I was programming this over the weekend. All right. So in this case, you can see. Okay. So this would be if you're conservative, Okay, this would be your time. All right, you take the entry if it breaks below this level. If you're comfortable with a $1.18 risk, that's what you take. If you're comfortable with a key level, that's what you take. If your risk is based off of candlesticks, you fix it. Well, that's your choice. That's your choice to make. That's your choice to discern. All right, so now you can see it breaks above this level. I already hit that first target without getting stopped out. And it gives you some suggestions. All right, so if you don't have to take the exact entry, all right, but it gives you the exact entry and it gives you the time as well. Right, so 10:02. So the last three entries, all for calls. So the last one came in, of course, at 10:02. 10:02 right here. So you would say, hey, you know what? That's going to a higher high. It is. Right, based off the momentum here, it's taking that into consideration. And based off that key level. Right, so don't use this per se to line up your exact entries. You can have your entries and the way you time it, you can use it, but overall use it from the standpoint of just a reference guide, but from a standpoint of risk, standpoint of conservative risk, standpoint of moderate aggressive risk. A lot of people trade the orb. They say break these highs and my risk is all the way at the other side. This is too wide, guys. I don't know what kind of trading you'd be doing if your risk is from 682.40, 682.46 is your entry, and your risk is all the way at 678.02. Okay, unless you're going at least 2-3 months out, right? That's you're asking to sit in a lot of drawdown. So in this case, if your risk was conservative, right, meaning it was that the level here, that's 681, that's 681.35, right? Already hit that first target. If your risk was something more aggressive, right? If you're looking for a two for two, right? So risk 2 to make 2, right? Already hit that target here. So you can start to scale out, you can start to adjust it, so on and so forth. Okay, so it's going to be very straightforward, especially for that particular strategy. All right, so we're 12 minutes away, guys. 12 minutes away. We're about to fill that gap to the upside. We'll continue to push. We did get a couple of breaks to the upside. ISM gave us a nice pump. That ISM pump helped us push. VIX falling off a cliff. If VIX falls below 21, more than likely we can potentially reclaim that yearly open. So all in all, guys, despite all the geopolitical instability we're seeing, right? I do say that the market is less sensitive to the geopolitical stuff and more sensitive to the trade related stuff. How do we know that? Because we've seen, not to this extent, but we've seen how it reacted when we first had that attack on Iran. But this is maybe a different scale of an attack, but still market continues to push. All right, so let the first hour wrap up. I did take one trade, stopped out. Look for some more trades in second shift. Let us know you did in first shift, guys. If you took advantage of any setups, beautiful job. The main thing is coming in not to be overly bearish based on the catalyst. So hopefully you learned that lesson today. All right, don't let one catalyst or one geopolitical event skew you to the downside and make you obsessed with catching something along those lines. Right, you're just getting fixated on taking the puts. Okay. How does the indicator work? So did that answer your question? Okay. Hold and run, a beautiful job. Oh, you're gonna really love that indicator, Artem. Okay, break even, close runner 45%. Good. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. We got 122 people joining us this morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Jump in our community. Let's review some of the trades some of our team members took today. You can see, guys, all the indexes are pushing to the upside. We might get maybe a pullback slightly in second shift, 53% runners. Okay, 21% majority. $1,000, 900. Right, so tremendous job. So everyone sticking to their plan, looking for their setups, capitalizing off those setups. Charlotte, we got Charlotte in the building. Might be a rejection to see if a big flush down. The poll is starting to skew off the open, guys. It was more than 70%. More than 70% of the chat thought we're gonna be bearish. Now it's 66%. So we're seeing some bull stepping in the chat. So let us know you did on YouTube as well, guys. Let us know you did on YouTube. During that first hour, 9 minutes left. I'll look to take the rest of the trades in second shift. Okay. Okay, the Qs are starting to get some pushback off that 605.26. Got above it, spent about 10 minutes above it, starting to sell off here. We're starting to see these SPYs starting to sell off as well, just before filling that gap, right? Came close to filling that gap. We have that major key zone right there between the yearly open and that TOG. Didn't quite fill that gap, but now starting to push the downside. We do have some level of support stemming from these lows. So that's something to keep an eye on. Let me take this off, clean it up a little bit. Clean this up a little bit as well. Clean this up a little bit as well. Okay, there we go. All right. So is it going to be, again, a nice push to the upside and start to drop the downside? We shall see. And the thing is, you don't need to know what's going to happen for the entirety of the day. You just need to know what's going to happen or have a good idea what's going to happen. Position yourself for just a few minutes. Just a few minutes. All right. Thank you for supporting the channel, Michael. For getting a refill my coffee subscription. Do appreciate that. Get the likes up, guys. 60 likes is the goal. 60 likes is the goal. If we can get 100, we'll do 2 giveaways. Okay. We have 119, 120 people joining us this morning. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. So if this trend line continues, all right, we continue to push. Look at that wick on the 5. Yeah, the data release was 10 o'clock. Okay, ISM manufacturing, ISM PMI, all right. We can see previous reading 52.6, forecast 51, above forecast, slightly below previous reading, but they based this beat on the forecast. Beat or miss on forecast. Surprisingly, the IV has dropped close to 10%, guys. Close to 10%. So the biggest thing is it going to start to get into that territory where it gets very, very slow? Price starts to slow down, get very erratic in certain areas, and starts to just chop around. It gets highly contested on both sides, right? We start to see that. We start to see that in February, especially late second shift, early onset of third shift, maybe sometimes in a second shift as well. So that's something to look out for going into second shift. So first shift, some nice expansion setups played out nicely. Right, so but for you to take the expansion, you have to have no bias. Okay, no bias. We're in the jaws of the gap here. Jaws of the gap. We're also in the jaws of this gap as well. So the bottom of this gap, which was Friday's gap down. Friday we gap down. Okay, so we're in the jaws of the gap down from today. And we're entering the jaws of the gap down from Friday, but we did cover some ground Friday, but we didn't fill that gap on Friday. Okay, so we are in the jaws of 2 gaps. If that gap on Friday was filled, then we would take that level off our chart. We'll take that level off our chart. Okay. First shift break even, 45%. Never had $1,000 day. Yeah, that's coming. It's coming. It's around the corner. Maybe a few turns away. I saw runner. That was my trade so far. Just trusting the setup. 100%. Beautiful job. And that's the thing. When you have the setup, guys, when you have your setups, right? You bias is just secondary. You're taking the guesswork out. If anything does come through the breaking news feed, guys, keep us posted in Discord. We do have a breaking news feed. All right, we're 3 minutes away from the conclusion of first shift. So first shift, who dictate the pace? The bulls. Bulls dictate the pace. Potential head and shoulder. I can kind of see that head and shoulder. You're saying left shoulder in this area. There's this entire thing being a head, and that right shoulder kind of finds a nice support territory in here, forming that neckline. I can potentially see that. We're putting some pressure on this support here. Putting some pressure on this support. All right. There's the support fold. We do have VWAP. We do have VWAP and M, that 50% G50 right here. VWAP and G50. Let me put that on my striker chart. Okay, let's get the likes up, folks. Let's get the likes up. First-time viewers, let us know where you're joining from. Put a 1 in the chat if you're a first-time viewer. And going into the day, right? Going into today, did you anticipate us pumping? All right. Okay, there go the cues. Everything's starting to sell here. We're cracking that support. Is this just an elaborate scheme to trap all the bulls? Take a quick read here. What's going on? See if send alert on gold here above the 53.46. It decides to wake up, and I'll send alert on crude as well, above that level as well. Similar level to see if it starts to wake up here. Bitcoin's at 68K. Nice rally on Bitcoin. What's moving and grooving here, guys? Netflix is at 96. ExxonMobil 153. Google's down 2%. Palantir up 5%. Right, Palantir on a high watch. Defense name. Nvidia is at 180, up 2%. AMD down 3%. Robinhood did take a slide in pre-market, flat now, about to be up 1%, just crossed over that 75 psychological level. Broadcom down 2%, just crossed back over that 310. MU fell below 400. JPM headed towards that 295, down 1.1%. TSM cracked below 370, currently at that 367. Let's see sectors. XLE, no surprise, XLE energies continue to push the upside. And XLI, industrials and energy. Okay, so if you tuned in last night to Stocks After Dark, those were the two sectors to pay close attention to. If we take a look at the hourly here, guys, we're coming into this hourly 50 MA, on SPY and the Qs. All right, new 15-minute candle. See if that sends us lower. And the IWM as well. So hourly 50 EMA test. If the Qs start, if gold, crude, and Bitcoin start to wake, not Bitcoin, and the VIX start to wake up, okay, VIX gets above 22, we can start to slide. That's when the slide can potentially start coming in. So if we continue to drop, we have room into this VWAP territory, have room into that 50% retrace of the gap down. If we violate that, that opens the door for us to collapse. Okay, so again, we're still pushing to the upside. 15-minute breaks below these lows. We can start to see that 15-minute reversal. Okay, see if the VIX can get above that 22. New shift, guys. First shift officially in the books. First shift, bulls came in, took the lead decisively. Very little pushback. Volume was above 100 million. Okay. Let's see. Okay, not 100 million. 1 million. Yep. Usually, if it's above 1.5 million, that's a lot of volume. We're at 2.37 million. All right. Our range for that initial shift was about $7, guys. $7 range. All right. $7 range. That's basically that entire ATR. Our daily ATR so far has been $8. All right. So we covered close to, I would say, 80% of our daily ATR as far as range is concerned in this first hour. Okay, in that first hour. So that first hour is in the books. Let us know how you did, how many trades you took before you take any trades in second shift. Make sure to make your journal entries. Highlight what areas you want to get involved. So keeping a close eye on this territory. If we break below, if there's no buyers here, we break below here. That's when that real slide can start kicking in. So initially, see if buyers can protect this territory right at that VWAP and that's 682.38. 5 minute, about 15 minutes of selling. 15-minute already triggered, pushing to the downside. 15-minute breaker is 683.67. The hourly starting to look like a shooter. We're at 26 minutes left on that hourly. It's going to come down to that 22, guys. It's going to come down to that 22. Can we decisively reclaim that 22 and do the bells and whistles go off on gold and oil? Do the bells and whistles go off on gold and oil? See, you can come a little lower into this territory. If I can get a nice bullish price action in this area, that can be an opportunity. No bullish price action. We slice and dice through it. There's some legitimacy to the sell-off here. IWM is headed towards the top of that orb, 260.23. So is the Dow. The Qs are back below that 15-minute orb, 604.74, and the jaws of that wave on the 5. So from my standpoint, okay, outside of this key level here, there isn't really an area to it. It's either you're already in the trade, right, but there isn't an area to really pursue in this area, an entry model in this area for me to jump in. So do we think this thing heads all the way back to downside or hold these lows? Waves are waving to the downside on the 1 minute waves. The fastest waves are already flipped. They flipped at 10:27. I wish I would have found you sooner. I was doing 20 to 40 contracts a trade on my first week. Now I take 2, 3. Let's just say I learned my lesson. Absolutely, it's a process, it's a journey. Right, take your time. Get the principles and get the principles down, your setups down, and eventually you get back to that. You get back to that. Okay. $100%. 100%. How are we doing on YouTube, guys? Very nice, George. Looking forward to it. Absolutely. Absolutely. How are we doing on YouTube? Potential head and shoulder, neckline. I can see that. If this is the left neckline, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. The poll on YouTube is starting to head towards being bullish, guys. We were 74% bearish. Now we're only 63% bearish. We are seeing that sell-off on the 15. We're seeing the sell-off on the 5. About 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of selling. If we can come into this. Oh, it dipped into it right there. All right. I was actually waiting for this. See if there's enough behind that to influence the 5. If you did take this, just manage accordingly. This last one right here, bullish price action. You got that 2 down, 2 up. You're targeting the waves initially. You're targeting the waves initially. Our goal for today, guys, is 3,300 subs. We can do it with your support. Let's get to 60 likes. We'll do a giveaway. Okay, let's get to 60 likes. We'll do a giveaway. How many likes do we have? We have 120 people joining us this morning. Get to 100 likes before 11:30. We will do 2 giveaways, 2 and 1. All right, so let's get to 100. You can start putting your names in the chat at 11 o'clock. And at 11:30, if we have 100 likes, we will do 2 giveaways. We will do 2 giveaways. And you want to take this bounce here? Right. Price action activity in that area. All right, what's really going to help this bounce is if the VIX continues to reject off that 23 and head lower. Okay. That's what's going to help it. So it came right to here. So this is the level on our members chart right there. If you get that bullish price action, you get that bounce. What are you targeting? This area first. Of course, first the EMAs. You want to see if you can clear the EMAs first. Whenever you're going against the waves, or you want to see if you can clear the EMAs first. All right. And then you're above the EMAs. You can use your EMA, reclaim back the downside as a way to manage a runner. As a way to manage a runner. Okay, we're jammed between these 2 zones, with one key zone and a key level. That's what we're jammed between. So to give you some context, is what it looks like. All right, just to zoom out and just know where we are in the grand scheme of things. Okay, this is Friday's action. Okay, this is Thursday's action. Okay, and then Friday, we gap down. All right, so Friday we make some strides into that gap down, but we don't close that gap down. Okay, so we have a gap down on from last week to end the month. All right, so keep that in mind. So now we open up today. So we'll just do this, make it smaller. We open up today, we gap down as well. Month of March, we open up. Okay. Let's say we're gapping down there, and we have our gap for today. Okay. So now where we are is, okay, we're in the jaws of the gap down. All right, almost on the verge of filling the gap down, very close to filling it. We're above that G50. And at the same time, we are in the jaws of Friday's gap down as well. Keep in mind, Friday's gap did not get filled. So although we did make some strides into the jaws of Friday's gap down, is not filled. So this is the precise location from a structural standpoint where we currently are. All right. So in the jaws of Friday's gap down, the bottom end, and in the upper end of the gap down from this morning. Okay, that's exactly where we are so far. So that means there are willing buyers. Okay, it's very important for us to understand now because we're collecting data throughout the week. All right, so we're going to utilize the information. We're going to utilize the activity we're seeing today at some point this week. That means there are willing buyers at this 687.62, that weekly open. Okay. How do we know they're willing buyers? Because they were able to drive price, okay, higher with minimal hesitation. Drive price higher with minimal hesitation, accelerate above a key level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 straight minutes of buying. So at some point in time this week, there's a good chance we can come back and visit this 680, 678, 62 level. When we do, there will be an opportunity tied to it. And coming into it, of course, I'm going to lean towards being bullish until proven otherwise. So that there's an opportunity there waiting for us at some point in time this week. As far as where we are, okay, we're making some strides in this runway here. If you recall this runway. So we did break this, so now this turns back into a bound zone. I know we've been flipping and flopping these zones, but that's the nature of the action that we're seeing, guys. Okay, so we have to make the adjustments on the fly. All right, so clearly no respect there. Continues to push, breaks, and then now we're hitting the brakes right at that 50 MA. Okay, we're hitting the brakes at that 50 MA on the hourly. So if you think of it like this, from the 50 MA, if we break down that runway into two chunks, into 50 MA and into that 100 MA, and of course that last piece into that zone on the hourly. All right, so we are breaking this major resistance as well. First touch, formation, first touch, second touch, third touch, fourth touch. We continue to push. Okay, so far this thing in pre-market got as low as 676.80. Okay, 676.80. Buyers picked it up. That bounce was actually really nice. This bounce was very nice. You caught that ERA? If you did, tremendous job. Not only did that orb line up, when that orb lines up with a key level, that's when it's just like, it's worth the risk. All right, it's okay. You know what? This is worth allocating risk, and even if it doesn't go, losing, it's worth a loss. It's worth a shot, I should say. It's worth a shot. Beautiful job, ERA. Right, and not only that, guys, the view up was in that territory as well. So high confluence area. I was just a split second. And those entries have to be very, the nature is you can't chase. The fact that the VIX rejected that 22 also was good. So the question now becomes, based off of this bounce here, do we have enough fuel? Okay, do we have enough fuel off of this bounce to drive us into first shift highs? Okay, question one. Question two. Okay, question one is, do we have enough fuel to drive us into first shift highs? We're going to quickly find out here. We had enough fuel to drive us into this territory. So now does have enough fuel to drive us to this highs? When we get to these highs, based off of the fuel we got here, is it enough? Okay. Did we engineer enough liquidity to get us above and beyond, fill the gap, reclaim the yearly open, so on and so forth? Right? If it's not, this can be some profit taking, reset, and push back up. Okay? So it's going to be very paramount to pay attention to what does take place at this particular juncture, especially in this area, this very tight area. That's 685.35, 685.72. Because if we decide to expand, there's going to be an area where we can get the bounces. Okay, if we want to go short, go against the trend, right? If you're going against the trend, ideally you want to go against the trend, formation of higher highs, right? And try to short those higher highs with verification to some levels, which can lead to maybe some areas where it goes back to even higher lows in hopes of lower low. Okay. We're at the 50% retrace of the daily here. Okay, so this already hit that target. So do we have enough to continue? That's the $1 million question. So the setups have been pretty straightforward this morning, despite the cloud above the market. Looks like it's going about business as usual from the lens of the market perspective, of course. Nothing really changes. All right. Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. If we can come back into this territory, dip a little lower into it, grab it, I might be interested back the upside, barring catalyst. So I'm looking to keep my entries near those key levels. Okay? Near those key levels. This can be adjusted. We did not take out these lower lows. These lows here, so no lower low formed. So we'll adjust it like this. So that's the high. So we have this high. We have this lower high. So higher low, higher low, higher low. Okay. Stumbling over my words this morning. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night. So again, separation is the key. Separation is the key. Okay, let's continue to get the likes up, guys. We're at 70. Let's get to 100 before 11:30. I'll pull up the giveaway wheel. So the giveaway this time is the 6-hour against our day trading course. All right, that's the giveaway. That's gonna be what it's for. So when you start putting your names in the chat, I will start putting names in the wheel, guys. So put your names in the chat. We are eligible for one giveaway. The way you redeem your prize, very, very simple, very straightforward. All you got to do is put your name in the chat, join the free tier Discord, send me a message on WAP with the keyword that I'm going to provide and your name, and you'll have access to our 6-hour Getting Started Day Trading course. All right. Last week, we did a ton of bootcamp giveaways. For those of you who are unable to attend, for those of you who didn't claim your prize, right, make sure to send me a message. Of course, you can't attend the boot camp already took place, but I will send you a copy of the 6-hour course. All right, to make it fair. But you need to give me that keyword. You need to give me the keyword on the days the day you want. That's the only way to get it. Okay. So stand still here. We're starting to see that slower action take place, right? A nice clean action first shift. Starting to slow down in second. Starting to slow down in second. Okay, we got Jess. We got Dave. Gabriel. So let's start putting it in. We got Gabriel. Good morning, Gabriel. We got Dave. Good morning, Dave. We got Jess. Good morning, Jess. We got John M. Good morning, John M. Good morning, Brian. Brian B. Got you. And for those of you who are supporting the channel on YouTube, who do have the subscription, I do appreciate your support. There is a private chat you have access to as well in the live stream. The fan funding chat that's available. So you can also send me a message there. If you don't want that message to be public, only the private members on YouTube see those messages. All right. 60-40 between bullish and bearish. 60-40, we got Bev. If you do win, and you're a SPY striker, if you do win, this will be for the next boot camp. All right? For the next boot camp, you automatically have a seat. So we're having a hard time getting past that 684, 684.25, 684.10 territory. There's a key zone. That is a 50% retrace to the daily and the bottom of the gap from February 27th. So anytime we're above that level, we're in the jaws of February 27th's gap. So Friday's gap. Okay. So far. Okay, we're getting a nice little slat at the downside. You can see the indicator. So if we just trade Shockwave 15, okay, this would be your trades. Couldn't get past that TP. Couldn't get past TP1. And TPs are often the time where we start to see some exhaustion. All right. So there are often times where after what we start to see exhaustion. We got Miso. Good morning, Miso. Good morning, Tom. We got Tom. So I'm writing your names out in a different window. Okay. So the reason why I moved this trend line, it's always important for you to adjust your trend lines, right? Is because these lows are higher lows in comparison to these lows. So it did violate here, but you adjust it there because these lows still, the integrity of that trend line still remains. The broader trend line. You can, if you want to do this. Right, if you want to start it from here, But I want to get it started from the exact first low. And every low after that, I want to get that next significant higher low. We got Gloria. Good morning, Gloria. How are we doing so far today on YouTube, guys? We will do this. We will do the poll. We got Carlos. Got you, Carlos. Okay, we got Carlos. We have one more spot in the Feb trial, guys. Make sure to take advantage of that one spot, trial spot. And the February spots will be closed. And I'll give you the code for the March trial spots. To join the community. Okay, we're starting to see something along these lines. Now let's pull up CNBC here, see what's going on. Okay, see what they got going on.
To some U.S. soldiers at the top of the hour. We will take you there live when that begins. In the meantime, Dow continues to shave away at some of its opening losses, now down 199. Money Movers begins in just a few moments.
Okay, commercial break. We got Bella F. Good morning, Bella. We got Lorraine. We got Poppy. Let's take a look at some of the names across the board. So we're basically just stuck at that 150 MA. 50 MA hourly. We're kind of stuck there. We made a nice move. What are some names moving and grooving here? Individual name front. Let's go through our watch list. So of course, Bitcoin is just shy of that 70K, right? See if it makes that nice push above 70K. We're seeing, of course, gold. Gold did crack back above that 5,300. See if we can hold 5,300. And crude, $70 is going to be critical. As far as everything else, Netflix continues to push. Zoom out just a little bit. Of course, Netflix, massive push to the upside. That weekly did trigger now as well. Monthly did trigger as well. So that swing trade on Netflix did trigger. If you're going a couple of months out, that monthly did trigger. The monthly is directional, so we'll keep a close eye on Netflix. Early entry was last week. ExxonMobil, right, initially pumped, gapped up, started to slide to the downside, right? That is what really fueled us to the upside. So everything that gapped up, right, gapped up, that's was related to the geopolitical catalyst, right, that gapped up because the catalyst gave back those gains. Therefore, the names that gapped down due to the gap up of those catalyst names saw a nice reclaim of a majority of their gap. So ExxonMobil was the name. Walmart still flat there, not going anywhere fast. Apple again broke below weekly downside breaker. So Apple, that key level would be that weekly downside breaker. So I want to see how it interacts with that throughout the week. There's the first day of the week, so again, we want to pay attention to those levels. Still a little too early to make any declarations, but we are below that weekly downside breaker on Google as well. I'm just taking off those levels because those levels are from last week. Palantir did break away. Nice breakout on Palantir. Gap up, breakaway, continues to push. Tesla, nice push on Tesla as well. Tesla did come into that close to that support zone, a major support zone on the daily. Take a look at it if you like. Amazon, nice push intraday. It's trading back above the weekly downside breaker. Didn't take it out intraday. Took it out in pre-market. Nvidia 180. critical level there. Again, a lot of names, what they did is this, guys. A lot of names, especially our starters, okay, this is the weekly, this is prior week's lows, weekly downside breaker. What they did is they gapped down near prior week's lows. All right, some of them got gapped down below it. Some of them gapped down near it. Let's just say in this territory, they swept those lows. Starting to push the upside. As they push, the most important level for us throughout the week is going to be that 50% retrace that weekly. All right, for us to get that full out reversal on the weekly time frame, that level must be overcome. Right? If we can hold within that range, okay, for the week, if we stay below, hold within that range, don't give back this level, that sets up a nice hammer. Okay, if we give back that level, it's a dead cat bounce. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. So those names that did take out those lows, you gotta keep a close eye on those names throughout the week. Meta still inside on the week. AMD, nasty gap on AMD. AMD is below that weekly downside breaker as well. So AMD is not showing promise above that level like everything else. We'll keep a close eye on it. TSM, very similar story there. JPM is still within that weekly range. MU did break below 400, and now MU is doing the same thing, very similar to what we just explained. Okay, gets below that weekly downside breaker, starts to push, rejects. Broadcom, very similar there as well. Okay, peaks below that weekly downside breaker, starts to push. All right, so a lot of things could be potentially setting up for the week. Robinhood out the gate, still within that range, but it's starting to push the upside. XYZ a block down 1.54. Chipotle down. Okay. Let's go to our watch list. These defense names. Okay. General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, RTX starting to give back some of those gains after gapping up. ExxonMobil, GE, Palantir. Palantir is the only one who's been sustaining it and getting a nice push. CRWV, about to collapse, on the verge of collapse. All right. I'm being hyperbolic, of course. Okay, when I say falling off a cliff, about to collapse, I don't mean the entire stock. I just mean for that particular time. Uber, okay, still inside. Broadcom already broke down, starting to reclaim those lows. Boeing, nice bounce off that, nice flag off that trend line on the daily. All right, so we're up to speed. SPY continues to just chop around at the 684.25. Trump is about to speak. Okay, let me pull that up. Thank you for the heads up, guys. Let's go to that real quick. That can be a major, we can see some major movement. All right, so we're going to have that. Do you know what time that is? We'll have it on watch here. Young Republican Club. Okay, we'll have it on watch here. All right. So if he starts speaking, we have it on watch. We have CNBC on watch. We're paying attention to everything. All right. We're going to have that coverage. And if anything is breaking, guys, let us know. Anything in the news feed that comes up, let us know. We'll get it. And of course, try to ensure that there's some level of fact checking behind it. Right? There's a lot of fake things out there, especially with the age of AI headlines, and it's a matter of who can break this story first rather than accuracy. Okay, so we have both. Paying attention to both here. We got Vladimir Putin. We'll go with VP. We got HB. We'll go with Harry. Get Trump at the speed. Enter 9 a.m. call. Got it late. We got Donovan. Okay, up to speed. So I'm up to speed. Up to Donovan. How can I benefit from Discord community? I paid for it today. Jump in the Discord community, delay-free, ad-free stream. We have a course available to you in there. You have pre-market prep with my levels sent out every morning. You have an interactive community. You have strategy videos. You have indicators that are going to be coming up to help you with your trading that strategy. So all the educational resources and tools, live trading and training also available. So lots of ways to benefit. Now we're able to access the community Alpha Realty Group. So make sure to jump in and access all the resources. So I'm waiting for the president to talk. I'm not going to put, I don't know what this news source is, but that's what is providing that coverage. RSBN, right? So I don't need their commentary. I just want to listen to what the president has to say. All right. And if you're having a hard time navigating, just reach out to me. So it looks like we have two Lorraines. Okay, we're starting to get that break. See if we can get the continued push. We can unmute CNBC.
Likely move down unless we see, as the president said, maybe another layer of escalation.
Brian, thank you for going through some of the key risks around the energy sector. Brian Sullivan. Meanwhile, stocks are well off the lows of the morning. Let's bring in former Goldman Sachs Asset Management Chairman and former UK Treasury Minister Jim O'Neill. He's now the chair at Northern Gritstone. Jim, it's great to have you with your global.
Okay, so in the Discord, where you're going to go is as soon as you join, you follow the instructions in a WAP. It leads you to the Discord, of course, right? Getting started, go through that. If you're just joining in, we're going to run through it quickly. The risk disclosure, community rules, day trading course. So start off there. If you're brand new, right? You're just in the very beginning of your journey in day trading. This is a must-take course, right? It is going to be 6 hours. You have to go through a lot of stuff, but it's going to save you a lot of time and a lot of money. All right. So again, I know you might be overly excited. If you're brand new, I would say finish this course before clicking any buttons. Okay. If you've been around for some time, you can take a look at this course at your pace. Of course, complete it. It comes with your subscription. And then, of course, you go to the striker trading floor, and that's what all the things are. That's where all the activity is. You have the SPY is starting to break here, event calendar. You're going to scroll all the way down to here. The live trading for delay-free, ad-free stream. Okay, that's where it is, right here. And I send it out every morning as well in the chat. Okay. All right, we're starting to make a nice push here. Based off of the interaction with this level here, we're above this level of this key zone. Okay, now we're above first shift highs. If we get above 685.51, we fill that gap. Okay, 5 minute. The wave's still waving on the 5. And yearly open is right there as well. Have a key zone right there. So question becomes, how do we interact with these highs? Okay, if we break out, how do we interact with those highs? Right, if you want to take it off those highs, more than likely you want this thing to continue to expand. Okay, maybe revisit it after expanding. If you're playing the trap, you want to close back below 685.34. And you want to closely monitor how the VIX interacts with 21. You want to see a bounce off that 21. Qs are at the highs of the day. The Dow's at the high of the day. IWM's at the high of the day as well. IWM's actually about to take out that daily upside breaker. So IWM, interestingly, guys, is the bullish one. The most bullish one. And that candle's about to go become very bullish. Okay, become direction on the daily. Gets above that 262.73. Will officially be direction on the daily. Okay. That doesn't mean just go long off that level. It has to make sense to you. Okay, so the gap has officially been filled. Gap has officially been filled. Gap has officially been filled. Using the TOG-BOG methodology on SPY. If we can start to bounce, early signs of rejection, we can start to bounce off that zone on the VIX at 21 territory. Hold that 21 territory, start to bounce. That can lead to a trap in this area. If we slice and dice through 21, more than likely we continue to expand and reclaim that yearly open. All right, so the gap down we saw yesterday, guys, has been eliminated. Today, I should say. The gap down we saw today has been eliminated, and we're basically back at the close of Friday. 686.99 was the close on Friday. Very close to it. So this is the last obstacle for the bulls. Of course, that 50 EMA as well. Okay. At 50 EMA as well. We will do the giveaway at 11:30. Let's get 100 likes. 100 likes. We'll do 2 giveaways during that time. We're at 76. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. If you're done for the day, put done in the chat. Tremendous job. Now you officially can say you took a trade during these conditions in the primary. One of the cool things about this stream, guys, is we have all this footage and we're trading through all these different catalysts. All right, so you can always go back to this particular moment in time and say, hey, during an event like this happened, and we have this video replay that captures everything. That captures everything to see, right? To see how things played out, to see what kind of setups present opportunities. All right. Okay, the poll is quickly shifting the other way. We're starting to see some more bulls. We got MYM to join the giveaway, so put your names in the chat for the giveaway, guys. Okay, 100 likes. We'll start to do the giveaway. 2 giveaways. We got yen. Good morning, Structure TP. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Is anyone joining us from any of the Middle East countries, Dubai? I know we have a lot of traders in Dubai. All right, give us a on-the-ground update. So the last thing we want to see, for this thing to escalate, guys, the last thing we want to see is, of course, China and Russia get involved. Okay. See if you can hold below this level here. I'm waiting for a bounce on the VIX off that 21. Now, contracts have returned to some level of normalcy, which is good. Okay, see if we can continue to sell off here. Look. What a nice trap. Okay, I like how the VIX is bouncing here. Like how the VIX is bouncing. See if we can come in just a little bit. Coming just a little bit. I like how the VIX is bouncing. If it starts to come in a little bit, I'll take it to the downside. That 5-minute reversal, if you took that 5-minute breaker, you're in. I don't want to chase that very low. Might have a late entry. See if I can get an entry near that 685.18. Right, VIX is starting to bounce. So the ideal entry is at 685.35 break. Yep, go live every single day. First time viewers will go live every single day. This is your go-to channel for all things live trading, SPY, market analysis, education, live trading, Q&A. So make sure you're subscribed. We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. A couple of missed setups this morning. You don't take the trap of fresh shift highs. Fresh shift high trap. 685.35 breakdown. The official 5-minute reversal. 685.18. The thing I don't want to chase. I needed to get to this, back into this territory. If you're waiting for a bounce off this key zone or a retest of this break, right? You're welcoming this sell-off. You're welcoming that. Right? So remember the question we posed. Once we get into this territory, do we have enough? We have enough fuel. Of course, I had enough fuel to get above here, get to this territory. But do we have enough fuel to go beyond that yearly open? All right. So by no means is the uptrend stop. By no means is the uptrend over. Right. This is just merely a higher high. Merely a higher high. So far. Right. Uh, 21 EMA, you probably got at that 684.03 territory. A couple of missed setups this morning, guys, on my end. I'm in puts. Okay, good. Manage accordingly. Read I saw a video somewhere. Russia may not get involved. There are a lot of Russia have moved part of Israel. Not sure how. Yeah, the thing is, if this goes completely left, all right, there's a lot of catalysts for this to go completely left. Right now, it's just eggshells. Eggshells from the standpoint of we don't want the other China and Russia to get involved. Because a lot of their fuel source comes from Iran. Okay. And this candle comes in, right, off of those EMAs. That's about I believe like 60 to 80%, between that range. Of China's fuel comes from Iran. Okay, was that just a nice little shakeout? Shake and bake. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. 5 minute. We're still seeing that selling. That might have been a nice little entry there. Comes back into it. Continues to push lower. The target is these lows down here. If you take those puts, guys, you can see how we identified that setup, grabs those highs, want the VIX to do something. So even if you didn't take it, right, just make note of that particular setup. All right, first shift high grab, key level on VIX. You want to see those things play out, and we're seeing the rest of the index is selling for that particular time. Now, on the 5 minute, we're coming into the waves, right? So when you're shorting an uptrend, you're just taking it into EMAs and some areas of potential support. You're not looking to take the whole thing to the downside, because sometimes it doesn't lead to a full break. Okay. Of course, you're hoping for a full break, but you still want to have something to show for it if it doesn't fully break. So keep a close eye on how we interact with those EMAs. We can see some buyers try to step in here, because if we continue to sell off, this is the next runway. Okay, but it needs to cross. It needs to cross below the EMAs. It needs to cross below this key zone, and of course, structurally, we break that support. Okay. Are you still babysitting those contracts, Firefly? Yeah, on the weekly open, massive volume. Let's take a look at the breaking news feed. All right, we try to stay out of the news. My rule about news, guys, the news has to be so big that it has to come to me. I'm not going to go look for news. Right. And of course, what's going on in the Middle East is a big event that I'm pretty sure everyone is aware of what's going on or heard of what's going on. Okay, what level you have for the 21 EMA, Eric? The narrative of unified anti-Western axis is overstated. Russia and China share interest with Iran, but don't share existential commitment. Yeah, I think it's just a mutually beneficial relationship, right? Because there are differences in the countries culturally. There's religious differences, there's cultural custom differences between all three. On the other hand, in a different scenario, say if Russia, China, and Iran all had similar culture, similar religious beliefs, right? That would be a big recipe for things to go left quickly, right? So that's the division between those three countries. Outside of doing business, they all have, outside of mutually benefiting one another, they all have different cultural customs, different religious, different fundamental beliefs, right? So that's what's really stopping the true unification, right? So, and I don't think anytime soon they're all going to all of a sudden align on those things, right? So that could be a good thing. The fact that there is diversity amongst those three countries from a religious perspective and from a cultural perspective. Right, so that can be the silver lining. Okay. It feels surreal that we managed to fill the gap open today despite everything happening. That's the thing, guys, right? So when you read the headlines, you get lost, right? So the rule of thumb, okay, don't come into the day building a bias based off headlines. Let the chart confirm whatever the headline is. All right? It's not just to say, hey, live under a rock and don't know what's going on, but hey, this is what's going on, but I'm not trading the headlines. If you're going to trade the headlines, you might as well just go to Kalshi or Polymarket, and there might be something related to that type of trade. We're trading the market movement. Right, the flow of money. We saw gold, we saw crude all pushing last night. They start giving back those gains. VIX was pumping, starts to dump. We start to pump here. So understanding the dynamics of how everything works allows you to capitalize off what's going on here. So in the case where the gold continued to pump, okay. If gold continued to pump and VIX got above the level we discussed in pre-market, right, and continued to accelerate the upside, that further supports that continued push lower. But the opposite was true. The opposite happened. We're coping. Worship has several religions in the South with 2, 3 wives there. Worship, okay. The headlines, I read, summary, and pre-market program. I have an AI assistant listening to George from 9 a.m. to 9:30, and it gives me send the summary, one of the summaries for the recap. That's really interesting to see what the summary is. Is the summary for on Google Meets, or what is it based off of? Because I know now Google Meets gives you a summary of the meeting, right? That's really interesting. I might have to implement that, get a summary, and then post a summary. Beautiful job, JB. Your game plan was straightforward. If you look at JB, one of our captains, one of our great technicians, right? Get above that pre-market high, get above that pre-market low. That's what he was looking for. So again, we're starting to break off of the grab of these highs. Okay, we're starting to put some pressure here. VIX is starting to spike. So textbook grab. And you don't take that. If you have the entry at that grab, entry at that 686.18, you're living large. Okay, pay for the AI assistant. It gives me bullet points. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm looking to start jumping into OpenClaw and getting into all that, and trying to make some sort of assistant as well. All right, deploy some agents for the back end of the community. So a lot of cool things. Right, get back into the tech side of things. Right, so that is my hobby. That is my interest. That is my background. Just got to sharpen up the tools and get that fired up, because you can really utilize those tools and resources available, right, to accelerate. I accidentally took calls. Where? Up here. So whenever I take something by accident, I just close it as soon as I can. Beautiful job, Firefly. Exactly. How can you use OpenClaw for SPY? So not necessarily SPY itself, right? I would say I don't have the information yet to do it on SPY, but some of the back end stuff for the community, right? Back end stuff, support for the community, having a support agent, something like that, and eventually, of course, on the way, develop something for SPY. All right, so I'm still very early. So I'm looking to dive into that rabbit hole and get back at the swing of things. AI read. Huh. Interesting. And if you watch some of the videos, if you're on like the AI side of X, where a lot of your feed is AI related, OpenClaw related, automation related, there is a lot of good information out there where you can get a general understanding. There's a lot of stuff on YouTube as well, guys, right? So if you're a self-learner, you'll learn this stuff. Can it be a phase and just OpenClaw just goes away? It could be, but it's always good to know what's coming up, what's being used, how to utilize it. And then now you'll have an idea of how quickly companies can implement other versions of this, right? It is open source, right? How quickly things can change. You'll have an idea of what all the elements that go into this whole AI is going to take over. Okay? This whole AI is going to take over is just a blanket statement. Half the people don't even know what AI really is. Just a blanket statement. And you can use it for your day-to-day as well, right? You can use it for your day-to-day. All right, you can pay for. You don't have to get a new system, right? You don't have to get a new computer. All right, of course, you definitely want to have a partition between your personal computer and OpenCloud itself. You can use virtual computers. A lot of providers for that. You can even get the Mac Mini. A lot of people are doing it on the Mac Minis, right? Those are on demand. So there's a lot of cool things you can do. And the cool thing is you don't have to be a heavy programmer. You don't have to be someone who has a deep understanding of programming and deep understanding of the technical stuff, right? If you have a general understanding, it helps if you have the technical understanding because you know the back end. But most of it, guys, is done through GUI, right? There's a UI to click buttons, right? For the more advanced people, of course, you can use a CLI to get everything done. But I do look forward to that. As far as the 5-minute candle is concerned, we're starting to break out of this channel from the boot camp. Can someone tell me from the boot camp who attended the boot camp what this pattern is? My boot camp students, what was this pattern? One of the patterns we discussed in the boot camp, right? So this is the area to get those puts, okay? We're back below this territory. We're coming into this area here. Again, coming into this area, if we can sweep those lows, we start to show some signs of life. Okay, I'll look to take it to the upside. I want to see if that can align with that 22 on the VIX. Same kind of thing. This time I'll try to be more locked in, take advantage. 120% on SPY puts, 100% IWM puts. Beautiful job, Turbo. Ascending wedge, 100%. 2 out of 3. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's how we do it, guys. So those puts are coming from this dump here. So from an algorithmic standpoint, we grab those highs. We don't have enough fuel, right? We have just enough fuel to get us past these highs. We barely made it above here. We refueled here, got above it, but not enough to take out these highs. So now the market has to go look for more liquidity. It has to engineer some more liquidity. All right, so what are some areas it can gravitate towards to fuel back up? All right, possibly here. Fuel back up and make a run. Of course, we need the price action combinations. Similar to what we saw here on this, we want to see here. Grab those lows, okay? If it just completely slices and dices through here, we have that PMH. The only thing this time is, though, we are now, this structure has been shifted. This cycle that we did see that run up has broke down. We did break below these lows. So I'm really interested to see where that next high is going to be. Okay. Beautiful job, Turbo. And beautiful job on doing it twice on both IWM and both SPY. So IWM goes all the way into that daily upside breaker and just collapses, right? Didn't have enough fuel to get above daily upside breaker. Waves waving to the downside. VWAP coming up. VWAP touch 682.84 is VWAP touch bounce. Yep, that aligns with a lot of things. Ganache. The VWAP touch does align with this area here. We have that 6. If I just take this, translate it to the striker chart, it's right there. So slightly above VWAP, maybe early entry. Just incorporate the VWAP. That would give us about something like that. Coming to the JAWS territory. Right, came very close to VWAP, starting to bounce. Is this bounce sufficient? Okay, if it's sufficient, we'll get above this territory. If it's insufficient, we'll start to slow down here and work its way into the VWAP. Okay, it's 11:36. How many likes do we got, guys? 100 likes. We'll do two giveaways. So make sure to get 100 likes. Let's get 100 likes here. So president is set to speak, I guess, any minute. So we're on standby. If you are just jumping in, let us know where you're joining from. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take advantage, join our community. Use the code TRIAL30. There's one more spot left for the month of February. All right, we do have some cool things coming up throughout this month. There's going to be tons of opportunities. So you definitely want to put yourself in position. Okay, so it came near that VWAP, starting to bounce. Didn't grab the liquidity, but we did grab these lows. So is that enough? Is this enough? All right, is this enough? Usually it gravitates towards the session lows. So you can see why entry is so important. All right, so even if you take this breakdown, it's giving you plenty of time into this target. Right, if you respect those things, guys, you'll be in good position. Most times, $1. Will put you in good position. Okay, 100 likes will do the giveaway, guys. 100 likes, we will do the giveaway. So make sure let's get 100 likes before 12. I'll discuss what the giveaway is. All right, let's take a listen to CNBC here. I'll be right back. Now, first shift highs. Second shift highs is up here. So does the same thing that took place up here take place there? Now this grab with these lows down here, does that give us enough fuel to drive past that? Okay. And now we're starting to see the VIX reject. As it rejects, it starts to head to the downside. More than likely, if we do get into that territory and the VIX is sitting at 21, if we start to bounce, double top, a second shift high grab, possibly brew. If we come into those highs and the VIX is sitting at 21, if we slice through 21 and sell off on the VIX, that leads to that expansion. All right, leads to that expansion. So give me 1 second.
This shirt is a must-have in your closet. I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on it. I got rid of so many problems by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore. I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collars stay stiff all day. Get 20% off today using code TV at collarsandco.com.
The Department of Defense now striking a deal with OpenAI to use its AI models. The company stepping in after the president ordered the government to stop using Anthropic, their main competitor. Our Deirdre Bosa is live outside of Anthropic's headquarters in San Francisco for today's Tech Check. Morning, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So there are fresh chalk messages of support out on the sidewalk here and in front of OpenAI headquarters. That is new because the story is still moving very quickly. Just in the last hour, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced the department is terminating all use of Anthropic products, saying, quote, no private company will ever dictate the terms of our national security. So this is now spreading beyond the Pentagon. The administration is making an example of Anthropic across the federal government. Anthropic, for its part, says that it will challenge that supply chain designation in court. And yet, the backlash is going in the other direction here. Over the weekend, Anthropic's Claude app, it hit #1 spot on the App Store, dethroning ChatGPT for the first time ever. So OpenAI may have won the government, but Anthropic is winning the narratives with consumers and developers so far. But this is far from over because at its core, this is about who should decide how the most powerful military on earth uses AI, an unelected CEO in San Francisco or elected officials. and the laws that they pass. Now, a source familiar with the negotiations tells me that the real deal breaker for Anthropic was the surveillance piece of this. The Pentagon wanted to use AI to analyze bulk data on Americans. The current system, it shows where you've been, but add in AI and that becomes a lot more powerful. It can predict theoretically where you are going. OpenAI's deal only restricts private data, not this kind of publicly available data. And all of this matters because now the template for every AI military deal and what comes after it. This is sort of set the precedent. And it could also be a playbook for the labs as models are increasingly becoming commoditized. Anthropic is essentially building a moat based on values, not benchmarks. And across town, guys, OpenAI employees, they are heading into work this morning as well. They are being greeted by fresh messages on their sidewalks as well against the deal that Sam Altman signed over the weekend. And what's interesting, too, is a lot of the messages on the sidewalk there are directed towards OpenAI employees, asking them to use their voices and call out what's happening. And remember that nearly 100 of them signed a letter before the weekend backing Anthropic's position over their own company's deal. So how Altman responds to them may tell us a lot about what comes next.
Dee, it's one thing for the Pentagon to cancel your contract. It's another for them to then say, oh, also, you can't do business with any of our other vendors. On Friday, critics called that a form of corporate murder and wondered if it would have a chilling effect on tech's willingness to do business with the government.
It's such an interesting debate right now, right? It's who makes this call? Is it the government or is it a private company CEO? And that is certainly the part that Anthropic is challenging, saying that they're going to challenge that supply chain designation in court. And it's very split right now. I mean, OpenAI, Sam Altman, he saw the opportunity to take this deal. It's a $200 million Pentagon deal. But like I said, Anthropic is kind of winning the narrative here because the fact that they're willing to walk away from it tells, corporate America in particular, that they have a great model that the Pentagon wants, but now they're replacing or trying to replace, and two, that they will walk away from things based on principles.
Okay, we're back. I want to push to the upside. We reclaim that key zone between 684.10, 684.25. Continue to accelerate. Now we're back above that yearly open. So we're officially green on the year. As we come into this yearly open, nice break of that level. A nice clean break. And now question is, if we come into this 21 on the VIX, can we slice and dice through that? We're starting to see a nice push across all the indexes, and all of them are near their session highs. IWM is looking to break this time as well, see if we can get that hold. So now, if we're above this territory here, all right, let's see if we can use this as support once we slice and dice through that 21 on the VIX. And we're officially green on the year. So we're back above Friday's close. So that, the geopolitical catalyst over the weekend, right? Very muted response. Digested already. The market has already digested it. The market already priced it in. All right? The market already priced it in now. It's already priced in, already digested. Unless something new comes up, okay? Just business as usual for the market. Just like that. That daily upside breaker, 680, 685. If we get above this, guys, that is significant. Because now that daily candle goes engulfing. Yeah, I do have, if the president does decide to talk, I do have that available here. Okay, we'll be listening to that. So stay tuned. That can come anytime. Okay, so we'll put this to the side. We're directional on the 5. We're directional on the 15. We're directional on all the time frames here. We'll make this small here. Okay, so we'll have that coverage as well. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. So it came in just above that VWAP. It didn't quite come into that territory, just slightly above it. So took two clean setups. One to the downside, one to the upside, and you can see how quickly things change. Just within a matter of 15, 20 minutes, things can change very, very quickly. And if we break above these highs, guys, we are officially directional on the daily to the upside, bullish engulfing candle. Let me just show you what that means on the daily. We need to take a look at this so you can see it for yourself and really have an idea of what's taking place. All right, so that 100 EMA on the daily is holding up. We came with that critical support territory. Okay, look at this. So this is the candle we're seeing. Okay, we gap down, we look weak. We talked about the importance of the 100 EMA, the support territory, that bounce territory, and then now we're starting to catch a bid back the upside. If we break above 686.85, 686.85, this candle will become an engulfing candle. So the question becomes, can we stay above that engulfing candle's high? All right. And then going into tomorrow, this can potentially go 3-2 continuation. Just like that, guys. Wow. Just like that. Okay. So this day is still young. We're only 2 hours into the day, 2 hours some change into the day. Okay. President is making his way to the podium. Let's take a listen. Again, manager positions. Again, things can get volatile, so be on the lookout.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as I ask God's blessings upon this ceremony. Almighty God, your steady hand has guided this republic for nearly 250 years. From its birth in the wilderness to this very hour, we come to you now with grateful hearts. We assemble here today to honor men who, when the test came, were steadfast and unmovable. We thank you for the unyielding conviction of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds, who looked evil in the eyes and did not flinch. And we thank you for the battlefield grit of Command Sergeant Major Terry Richardson, courage that saved lives in Vietnam and courage that stands before us today. And Lord, we thank you for Staff Sergeant Michael Allis, who, in a final selfless act, made his own body a shield for a friend. Bless the family and friends of these great men of honor, O Lord, and forbid that we leave this place as mere admirers of their heroic deeds. Plant in our hearts a measure of their courage that we might prove worthy of the freedom for which they and generations before them defended. And Lord, now let the light of liberty continue to shine on our great nation. We pray in the strong name of the one who guides us. This will defend. Amen.
Amen. Okay, so we did get above that daily upside breaker, officially engulfing. Let's take a listen.
Green. Wonderful job. Appreciate it. And thank everybody for being here, and please feel free to sit. So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped. But everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out, and they came back.
See what kind of action we get in that zone right there. If we got a retrace reject, that does look appealing to the downside. Get a retrace reject, continue to bounce off that 21 on the VIX. I'll look to take it to the downside.
And send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world.
Okay, I'm in the puts here.
We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is.
See if we can write that into that prior day close. Risk being the highs of the day.
We have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing.
You did take this, manage it quarterly, TP, where you need to. I want to see if we can get below that prior day close, 685.99.
No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I guarantee you that. To go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military.
I'll take a majority off right there at 10.
As you know, that was done in about an hour.
Take a majority off at 10 right there.
There by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I want that prior day close, 686 to hold, 686.99. I want to see if we can close below here. If we can, that'd be great. That's prior day close. Don't want runners to get back above that territory there.
Here with us too in this beautiful building, isn't it beautiful? We're adding on to the building a little bit. We're improving the building. See that nice drape? When that comes down, right now you see a very, very deep hole. But in about a year and a half from now, you're going to see a very, very beautiful building. And there's your entrance to it right there. In fact, it looks so nice, I think I'll save money on the doors, because it can't get more beautiful than that. I picked those drapes in my first term. I always like gold, but I think we can save a lot of money. I just saved curtains. But, and it'll be spectacular. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom. I believe it, because I built many a ballroom. I believe it's going to be the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world. And when you hear all that hammering out there, you know why the First Lady is not thrilled exactly.
If we get it close above this zone, I will cut runners.
Stop. You know, they go from 6 in the morning till 11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine? Here. You know what? To me, that's a beautiful sound. She doesn't like it. I love it. You know what? To me, other than here, because we're donating it.
VIX needs to hold 21 and continue to bounce.
Schedule. It'll be 400 million or less. Most people say 400 million or more. No, it'll be less. But when I hear that sound, that beautiful sound behind me, it means money, so I like it. But my wife isn't thrilled. She said, this is getting crazy. I said, don't worry about it. We'll be all finished up in a few months. But now, for the reason that we're gathered this morning to recognize the unsurpassed courage of 3 really incredible American heroes, 1 living and 2 no longer with us. So together, we recognize the exceptional valor of Master Sergeant Roderick Edmonds. And maybe I could ask your families to stand, because they're beautiful families. I got to meet them, and please.
Need that break and close below prior day close. We bounced off that initially, right? Majority scaled out here in that territory because of that potential bounce waiting. So if we can break below here, get back to yearly open, that'll start to work in our favor. We get above this territory here, we'll get stopped out.
Joined by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's busy. He's busy. Very busy guy. In fact, I said, if you want, Pete, you can avoid it. General Raisin Cane also, and they said, we don't avoid this one. This is one you wouldn't avoid for anything, right? So we appreciate that you're here. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, who's doing an incredible job, Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Doug, thank you. You stand up, Doug. You're doing such a good job. 92% approval rating. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, who's known as Raisin Kane. I liked him when I heard that name, Raisin Kane. I said, if it's true, you're my guy. And it's true. It just turned out it's very true. He's a great guy and a great general. Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, and Army Chief of Staff, Randy George. Thank you. Thank you both, Dan. As well as Senators Tom Cotton, Bill Hagerty. You guys were great on television this weekend. I'll tell you what, can't have a better representative than both of you. Thank you very much. And Representatives Tim Burchett, Jack Bergman, and Nicole Maliotakis. So we have a few others sitting here, but I'm not going to go through it because we have far more important people to honor today. Oh, we have Tom Homan. I got to at least mention Tom Homan. I would be stand-up, Tom. What a job. Zero people coming in. We had millions and millions of people pouring into our country now. I'm not even sure I can believe this number is 0, but it is given out by Democrats.
Last thing I want to see is that flag break. So again, there's going to be another way for me to manage that. After scale out, if it starts to break, starts to get above that territory, then the buying continues. In the meantime, I want the VIX to stay above 21 and continue to push higher.
So I want to thank you very much. Thomas Paine, Sammy Davis. That's an interesting guy. Where is Sammy Davis? We have a big story here, Sammy. You've heard that all your life, I'll bet, huh? And Edward Byers. Stand up, please. all look good. We all look good. We remember the ceremonies. Oh, great. It's a great honor. There's no greater. I tried for myself. I've tried numerous times to get one by myself. I keep getting shut down. They say, you can't do it, sir.
A lot of back and forth in that territory, so we're primed to make a pretty decent move here.
I have to say I'm only kidding. Otherwise, the press will come out with it, which they actually did once. Donald Trump wants a Congressional Medal of Honor, but he's been shut down. But now you are brave, amazing people. And I want to thank you all. In 1941, Roddy Edmonds of Knoxville, Tennessee, enlisted in the U.S.
Need that break below 685.99 prior day close. All right, it's a good TP area. If you haven't taken a majority off, if you're still in it, just manage accordingly. If you took it, profits already, good.
Vigor. Roddy soon found himself on the front lines of the Battle of the Bulge. That was a big one. Massively outnumbered by enemy forces. His 1,200 soldier unit fought valiantly until they were completely overrun. The force was massive on the other side, many times the number. After a 4-day death march, one that was covered very well by the history books through bitter cold, they were put into a German POW camp. Roddy was the top-ranking infantryman in the camp. He was number one, meaning he was responsible for the lives of his fellow service members. On July 26, 1945, a Nazi SS officer issued an order over the camp loudspeaker, loud and strong. He said that only American Jews were to show up to roll call following this morning. He added, all who disobey this order will be shot immediately. There were more than 200 Jewish American soldiers in the camp, and Roddy knew their separation from the group would mean certain death.
Okay, let's start to speed up here. Let's start to speed up and break that decisively. Buyers are picking it back up. So we need sellers to jump in here. We have room to 685.71 if we do break.
And fell in line together, shoulder to shoulder. Enraged, the Nazi commandant rushed forward, drew his Luger pistol, and pressed the barrel between.
Up 12, I want that to hold. If it can't hold, guys, I'm going to move my risk to this break of this flag. All right, that might put me back at break even. So again, couldn't get more than 10, 12% in this territory. Buyers continue to hold it. Paying attention on the 5 as well. The 5-minute is directional to the downside. See if it has one more drop in it. We have a 5-minute inside candle on the Qs. IWM continues to sell off here. I want to hold below 685.99 so we can decisively get below it. If we do start to break out, that can be a nice little flag off the waves on the 1. All right, so see if it starts to break. If it starts to break and it breaks out, gets above that level, then I'll close out. Okay, I'll close out right there. Okay, so all out. So I was able to extract double digits. Runners couldn't really get going. Did see 12 again. I wanted to see a hole below this territory here. Prior day close. Prior day close too strong for us to continue to push lower. And I just don't want to sit through any more of this back and forth, right? This back and forth really starts to eat at the premium. So again, that break is going to be decisive. It's going to be very important if we're going to break, that we break below prior day close. So now, since we are starting to bounce here, if we do start to break, right, can we hold above 686.56? Okay, 686.56. Because if you're looking for the flag, you're on the 1 minute, all right? So if you're bullish, you're on the 1 minute. Okay, you're waiting for price to come into that flag. You're waiting for that price to come to the waves. You're looking for those combinations, and then you're taking it off of that. So my invalidation marker was the validation of the upside push. Okay, so for it to move, and of course it's 12 o'clock as well, for it to move, it needs to break below prior day close. So we are engulfing can on the daily so far. All right, we're not holding enforcement. We did go 3 up though. So that's as bullish as it can be on the daily. What's really going to help us continue to push forward is if the VIX gets below 21 and continues to push lower. Okay? If it continues to do that, that can help the case. Let's continue to listen.
To rescue severely wounded comrades, and 3 times he dragged them back to the group. Terry soon realized that the 82 remaining men had one chance of survival. That was air support. Acting without regard of his own life, he grabbed the radio and charged up Hill 220.
No follow through behind that move at the downside, Doctor. Anyone else took the upside? If you took the upside, that does look like a nice flag to the upside. All right, if you're just trading the uptrend. Net profit of the day, 0.48 on the portfolio. Saw an opportunity, took it one more time. And my live account, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. So this last setup was, of course, that interaction with the daily upside breaker. We did have this key level below us. Took a majority off, gave a little room for runners. Runners couldn't really run, and then eventually got stopped out. At peak, maybe we saw 12%, 12, 13%. All right, but if you are looking at it from the bullish perspective, meaning, hey, you know what? You're waiting for pullbacks. You want to look for something like this. So notice how my invalidation marker to sit in the position is a validation marker for the opposite end. All right, but as if we're going to continue to chop in this little space, right, in this little area, we can continue to go back and forth and drain some of that premium. Oh, okay.
Isn't it, huh? See, pretty. It's how much have you paid him over the years? Have you said take everything we have? We wouldn't be here, right? That's great. That's a great story, Terry. Today you enter the ranks of the bravest warriors.
All right, I guess they were waiting for me to close out. All right. See if you can get below that daily open. Prior day close, I should say. I love history will be respected 100%.
That's great, Terry. That's a great, brave man. I met him back there. He said, he's central casting. Look at him. He looks great. He looks great. You feel like fighting? I think we could take him today. What do you think, Pete? We'll make a little deal with him, as you are a brave man. Finally, we honor one more American soldier, a fallen warrior of wars, and really terror. Staff Sergeant Michael Hollis, born in 1988 on Staten Island. Michael grew up seeing the World Trade Center across the bay. I know Staten Island so well. The people in Staten Island are amazing. After 9/11, Michael enlisted in the Army, and by 24 years old, he was locked in. He loved it. He wanted it so badly. He was a squad leader serving in Afghanistan with the 2nd Battalion, 22nd Infantry Regiment, 1st Brigade Combat Team of the legendary 10th Mountain Division. On August 28, 2013, terrorists detonated a 400-pound car bomb on the east wall of the forward operating base, Ganzi, ripping open a 60-foot wide breach into a compound that housed NATO coalition forces, a lot of them. 10 Taliban fighters wearing suicide vests swarmed through. From across the compound, Michael saw the pillar of white smoke rising and ran to join the fight, rushing without his gear, wearing almost no gear, no Kevlar helmet, no body armor, just one magazine in his rifle. Along the way,
we can hold below that prior day close, right? It does have some room into that yearly open. Not enough of a runway for me to really get activated. If I'm looking for that nicer runway, of course, that entering that territory would be great. That full runway, if it does decide to get below these lows, is between here and here. So I'll let the dust settle. If it can get below these lows, a retrace reject in this territory, show weakness, continued hold above that 21. Something can come up in that territory. If you're looking for bounces, you want to start to do your technical due diligence in this area here. See if there's any bullish patterns appearing. We are rejecting that 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame. Again, we're starting to sell on the 15-minute. We're still inside on the hourly. 685.34, 685.72. Some areas you want to pay attention to. That area you want to pay attention to, because that does coincide with the 9 EMA. That does coincide with this with the waves. And let's see if the waves on the 1. Okay. So I still didn't get a close above that territory. Waves on the 1 have flipped. Okay, waves on the 1 are starting to flip. Is that our first wave flip on the 1? Let's see. No, it's not. So we've seen the waves go back and forth on the 1. On the 5, they're still intact. So yearly open right there. So we get a yearly open bounce. So the closer we get to 1230, of course, the more scalpy it becomes. So it just becomes a matter of timing, precise entries, and seeing if you can catch the decisive move where things are a little clean. So in this territory here, that stands out to me, right? Where there's minimal traffic. So we'll keep a close eye there.
Please. I'd love to have you come up. Thank you, Carol.
Mr. President, Minister of War, I'm Minister Polish of National Defense, distinguished West, everyone gathered here today, dear my Basia, Michael, and Jacob, especially dear Linda and Robert, and the entire Always family. What do you have that you did not receive? This is how I would like to begin these few words, to speak to you all here. In this special place and on occasion of this incredibly important ceremony, one that is significant for many, but truly especially exceptional for me. It's a particular privilege and a great honor. Above all, however, it is my commitment. It is a part of my new mission, which began 13 years ago. A soldier is not something you are from time to time. It is who you are forever. It is just like you are not a mother, a father, a sister, and brother, or as only for a moment. These are not roles given to us for a while. They are a great gift, but also a great lifelong commitment. Yes, today my commitment and my greatest gift is to cultivate the memory of true, heroic act of courage that I witnessed performed by your beloved son, Michael. Please forgive me if my words have not fully captured what I truly feel today. However, sometimes words are simply not enough. I'm deeply moved, happy, and grateful to God for my service, for my parents, for my family, for my beloved homeland Poland, for my second family from Staten Island, and for my second homeland America. God bless you all. Michael, thank you for your service, and I will see you in our heavenly homeland. Thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
This is going to start to push the upside, guys. The VIX preferably needs to be below 21 and continue to accelerate. If we can do that, then we finally we make some strides away from this chop zone. All right, that flag is setting up. You guys can see that 9 EMA hammer did play out. But now if you do take that, if that lines up with the things you do take, that's one of your setups for that flag break, prior resistance turns support bounce. You want to see the VIX get below that 21, stay at that 21 and start to move lower, okay? Not accelerate back above it and continue to push into these highs, okay? Now question is, can we hold above that 680, 650? Let's continue to listen.
So stand up, Michael. Let me see. No. That's great. We're also pleased to be joined by several members of the Polish government, including representatives of the president, who I think is a fantastic man, by the way. I must be honest with you. I endorsed him and he won, and he came from behind, he won, and he was the biggest story in Europe. And he's going to be a great president, he already is. But as well as Poland's Minister of Defense, to honor the blood and sacrifice that has helped seal the Polish-American bond. We have a great bond. We have a great relationship.
That was a nice break of that flag. Continues to push. See if you can hold. Okay, VIX is starting to break below 21. Beautiful setup. Anyone take that? Strikers, if you're looking for a nice pullback, that was a pullback nicely. Hammer, +9. Prior resistance, turn support. VIX below 21 now. Starting to push, puts you in prime position for a push into the session highs. So by the time it goes into there, you can target that. If it continues to accelerate, runners on, see if there's continued expansion above that level. So now we're back above that daily upside breaker, and that daily candle is bullish, as bullish as can be. And then now, guys, let's see if we continue to hold above those highs. All right, see if we can hold above those highs. But the mistake that most traders make is they enter here, right? They enter here. They make the entry in this territory. So even if it expands, you have to sit through a little bit of back and forth because it's first resistance before it's support. Okay, so resistance before support. If it gets to flip, proven otherwise, look for the retest. Okay, that was a nice setup there. Once we broke out of that chop zone. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to subscribe. We're 15 subs away. 15 subs away. No, 25 subs away. No, 15 actually. 15 subs away from hitting 3,300. 3,300. So help us get there. 100 likes will do the giveaway. Last trade that I did take, of course, extracted double digits. Runner stopped out. Last idea, of course, was this right here. 988 plus hammer. Support, turn resistance. Continue push for that break. All right, so there are opportunities. So far today, took 2 trades. First one stopped out, of course. Didn't take any calls today. Of course, the calls did print. Puts, of course, this was a couple of missed setups on my end. This one here, right? This one here, got to catch that. This one here, that slide to the downside, got to be there for that. All right, so overall, we'll see if we can take one more setup, and we'll look to close out. All right. But in the meantime, 100 likes is the goal, guys. Let's get 100 likes. Subscribe if you haven't already. Let me check it on the chat on YouTube. 7%. Okay, good. This is a new shift. So again, if you're done for the day, be done. Central Casting is around a talent company. I used to do audience work for them. Background talent. Oh, you mean like audience work, like being in the background of the movies, or the shows, or what is that called again? Okay, I forgot the word I'm looking for. Is it extras? Is it extra? Oh, fillers extra. Wow. Yeah, extra. Wow. And that's a pretty cool gig, right? Just be in a movie, be the random person in the movie that's kind of walking by. All right. Extra. Yeah, extra is the word. That's pretty cool. Is there like an auditioning process? To be an extra, I believe there's an audition process, or is it more of who you know and having that network to, if you know someone who's on the movie or who's a primary character in the movie, guy has the role, they just say, hey, you know what? I have this opportunity available. You'll be a great fit. Okay, we continue to listen once the president continues to talk. So last trade, of course, that nice little break. The idea was sent out, of course, to our team members. If that does align with the things they like to do. That trend, nice uptrend, hammer plus 9 EMA plus prior resistance turn support. Take a screenshot of that, guys. You can add that to your playbook for uptrends. You want to look for this identical thing. Okay, hammer, break of the hammer. If there's prior resistance or support on underneath, that gives you a nice little setup to the upside. And of course, on top of that, if you line that up with the VIX below critical level, that further helps that play out. So the pole is quickly shifting, guys, quickly shifting to being bullish. We started off, we were about 72, 73% bearish, and now we're only 56% bearish. All right, so we're seeing some bulls, and I'm going to close out that pole because it's into 11:30. That gives us a good idea of how quickly things have been changing. This is the importance of not chasing. Okay, if you are chasing, if you're playing breaks without verification, right, you get stopped out. If you don't get stopped out, you guys know the rules, you get wiped out. Because again, if you're playing this break, you are playing you're playing calls at resistance. So there has to be something there, or some signs that there's some buyer stepping in here, some spike in the volume, something other than the fact that we're at that level that tells you to go long in that territory. Right? And that can be different for every trader. But regardless of how you do decide to make an entry in that territory, this is just an example. As long as your risk is defined, you will be okay. The only time you're not okay is when your risk is not defined, it's undefined, and it's make or break. So the calls here have to work, they have to go, or I take a massive, massive loss. Okay, that's the times when it can be difficult. Okay? Because the ideal area is right here. So that this setup requires you to be patient. You have to wait for the pullback. You have to sit through a little back and forth. Got stopped out, but played out. A lot of fake outs in this area here. Good stop, JB. And the audience, that's awesome. Okay, 100 likes, guys. We'll do the giveaway at 12:30. So put your names in the chat. I have a majority of your names. We are at 95, so we need to get to 100. We need to crack that 100 like threshold. If you are enjoying this content, make sure you're subscribed. Okay, that helps the channel a ton. We're building this from the ground up. We started this channel with 0 subscribers. Okay, everything is done on live education, live commentary, live lessons, and each day we show up, we don't know what can take place, right? A day like today, of course, is a catalyst. With that catalyst, majority of traders think it's going to collapse. What does it do? It goes the other way, right? It goes the other way. And it's the complete opposite. It's as bullish as can be. Okay, it's as bullish as can be. So the Bulls' job today, guys, the Bulls' job today will be a victory for them. Of course, as long as they close price above above 678.62, it's a victory. Ideally, if they can make sure that we don't get back into the jaws of the gap once again that we did see if they can close it above that yearly open. Okay? That would be a decisive, strong victory. But at the end of the day, if we close above that 685.71, okay, that's very, very bullish going to the next day. All right, so the bulls did their work. And what a fake out. All right, what a fake out. There's a lot of traders who got hurt this morning, guys. There's a lot of traders who got hurt. There's a lot of traders who come into the day. But, of course, they're paying the cost of tuition, and they're learning that lesson. All right? And that was the main thing going into today. That was the main thing going into today. Right? Don't let the headlines influence your bias. Or don't click buttons based on bias. It could very well go the other way.
Courage of these heroes be our example, righteousness our choice, and hope in you our guiding light. We especially ask for your protection over our military service members who are protecting the interests of our nation at this very moment. And Heavenly Father, grant us the will to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before you. In your holy name we pray. This will defend. Amen.
Amen. So for all the men and women, service men and women, veterans, serving, if you have any family abroad, right, we're always thankful. I'm always thankful for your service, your sacrifice. Right. It's completely voluntary, so it takes a very selfless act to sacrifice your time, your resources, even your life for the greater good of the population. So I do appreciate that, and condolences, of course, to all the families that did lose any loved ones or anyone who did get hurt. All right, but that's the nature of this back and forth, guys. That's the nature of this back and forth. So now we're 2 minutes away from the conclusion of this shift. Okay, so just imagine most people, they see this momentum, they're too late, they try to chase it, no verification to the close, either get stopped out or wiped out. Now we're back into this territory here. So the longer the action goes, okay, we're starting to see the same thing we'd seen in February. Okay, the tighter, okay, price becomes, even though it's expanding. So the ATR starts to get tighter. We're going to see a tightening ATR. And on top of that, the IV is also tightening as well. Okay. So very important for us to understand. If you did a lot of your heavy lifting in first shift, tremendous job. See if I can take one more trade related to this territory here. We have a key zone I'm paying attention to here. Key zone, of course, the one down here. That's very, very appealing, but I'll look to take advantage of something into it rather than taking this. So what I mean by that is if I'm looking to take advantage of a bounce here, right, that means I'm implying that price somehow, some way is going to come into this area. By default, there's going to be something for me to catch to the downside in pursuit of this, right? So it just depends on how patient you want to be, right? So in the beginning, don't try to play that. Just wait for price to come into your levels. But the more advanced you get, the more you start to understand that if I'm waiting for a bounce area, okay, that means I'm implying that price is going to sell off into that territory. So therefore, there's an opportunity. Okay, so maybe you can take advantage with it of that opportunity with a smaller size and wait for your bigger opportunity. Either way, you want to do it. All right, so we're back in this chop zone. So anytime price is in this territory, it gets very sticky. We can even expand this chop zone to that yearly open. Okay. Matter of fact, we can even do this, but I want that chop zone to be as specific as possible. All right. So the chop zone, that's premium crushing that premium, draining the premium, draining those contracts. How are we doing so far? Folks on YouTube, how are we doing so far? Are we green? Are we red? Let's get a poll going. Giveaway. 100 likes, we'll do the giveaway. New shift. Did take one trade during third shift. Was able to capitalize off double digits. Runner stopped out. Trade got invalidated, and there was another opportunity to the upside. And same thing that happened here, guys. Very similar action that took place here, not to the same extent. We're starting to see here. Right, this was more of a deeper push, and then we get that drop off that key level. Okay. We'll do the poll in the Discord as well. And now you've officially traded or navigated. Okay, this is your first geopolitical catalyst. You've officially traded, navigated this catalyst. Okay. So far, I'm basically small red break even territory. So I still have maybe one or two trades left. Again, Monday, we're just easing our way. We have a whole, I talked about in our pre-market prep, right? March is going to be an ultra marathon. So we don't want to be sprinting, okay, for the first mile. There's going to be so many things that are going to be thrown at you. All right, so pace yourself, take advantage of your setups, lock in profit, manage your risk, do the same things you've been doing this whole time. All right, so it looks like the statements by the president is over. So not much of a reaction. All right. Okay, extra. I have a question. If I join the $4.99 a month, can I watch live streams, trade spy every day or no? Or is it old videos from yesterday? So the YouTube subscription, $4.99. Refill my coffee subscription. That's primary to support the channel. You do have access to the old live streams. You have access to 40 plus videos, strategy videos as well. But that's not the same thing as the private Discord. Okay, the private Discord, that's different. That's with the trial, that's less than $40 a month. Okay, which is an absolute steal if you use the code trial30, but it goes for $50 a month. Okay, so that's to support the channel. And of course, as you're supporting the channel, I'm giving you access to more videos and more privileges. Okay, but it's still gonna be the same stream. Okay, so that's gonna be part of the Spy Strikers Apex. If you want the live delay-free, ad-free stream. Are there not? Okay, I have a question. Let me know if that answers your question. NF Fred. Okay, is there not a head and shoulder forming towards the upside? I can see that. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, right? Very tiny little head there. I can see that. Or even if you say this entire thing is the shoulder, this entire thing could possibly be the head. The neckline being in this territory, possibly. Right, so a lot of the way we interpret these patterns, right, is going to be subjective. Right, there's subjectivity to pattern recognition. Right, not from the standpoint of if the pattern is valid or not. Subjectivity from the standpoint of which ones you see and which ones you can't see. So just a subjective. And if you stare long enough, you'll start seeing patterns everywhere. Okay, you start seeing patterns everywhere. Okay, so let's get 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway. We'll do 2 giveaways. We'll talk about how to join the community. 1 or 2 trades left. On my end, if you're done, be done. Put done in the chat, guys. We will do the poll here. We're at 103 likes. Make sure to subscribe, guys. Help us get to 3,300 subs. We're 7 subs away. So we've been doing a great job hitting the like button, subscribing. That's really helping us grow this channel organically. If you're a first-time viewer, we go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. If you have any questions, strikers, again, Google Meets, put your questions in the chat. Your commentary is on point. Appreciate it, Hussein L. We do have a lot of new members, so if you're not familiar with how to navigate at any time, say, hey, how do you navigate? I can quickly show it. It takes 30 seconds. How to navigate through the Discord. Not all of you know how to use Discord, so I can quickly show you how to use it, how to get set up. If you're having any back-end technical issues, I'm just one message away, okay? I'm one message away, so don't just wait, right? If you're having issues, send the message right away, all right? So I'll address it as quickly as possible. Anything in this chop zone, excuse me, anything in this chop zone I don't like, okay? Really and truly, right? Of course, if you can't survive and buy food with a bunch of ifs, all right? But if I were a little more locked in, capitalize off this, I wouldn't be looking for anything now, right? So what you'll notice is when you're trading, if there are some setups that you do miss, right? Some days you have to work a little longer, not recklessly, but waiting for some other setups strategically, right? If you don't have those other setups, you're done. You're done for the day. If that makes sense, right? So it's not, okay, I missed this setup, then I'm just going to click buttons everywhere, right? I'm strategically waiting for areas to click buttons. So since that time, there have been 3 setups, okay, that present an opportunity. Of course, this one was here, this one here, and this one, the idea provided off that 9 EMA. Those 3. If you took any of those 3, you're in great hands. If you took the 5-minute orb, you had to have some moxie, some guts this morning to take the 5-minute orb. Everybody's bearish, but the ones who believe in their setup to take it get rewarded. 15-minute orb, same thing. You can care less what the sentiment is. You're going what the chart says, you get rewarded. Okay, so congratulations to everyone who did capitalize off that 5-minute orb and the 15-minute orb. Done for the day. Good. Let's pull up the wheel. Again, put your names in the chat. We got Arjun. And make sure to leave a review for Whoop, guys. If you've been in Whoop for a month, a couple of weeks, I'll leave a review. 5 stars is the standard, okay? We're shooting for 5 stars at all times. I am putting your names in the list, guys, so don't worry. That Deaky, giveaway at 1 o'clock, okay? We got Lucky. Lorraine, I believe I got you, Lorraine. I got you, Lorraine. Okay. Look at that. Well. Channel, support, 100 EMA, holds, not even a 3% pullback. Okay. We've been saying for a long time, the market does not react too wildly to geopolitical catalyst. Okay, it's very sensitive to interest rate, very sensitive to trade talks, especially with our frenemy, China. All right, so we've seen this before. Remember when we were trading? When did we draw that? We can't come to conclusions based on what we feel. The reason why I'm saying that is because if you recall, if you were trading with our team, or if you were watching the stream during the time we bombed Iran the first time, do you guys recall? Very similar thing. barely a reaction. We go the other way. Okay. So this is the gap down was a pretty big gap down, but it's not something that's something we haven't seen. It's just once the other things return to some level of normalcy, other things meaning gold, they're working their way in the jaws of their gap. Gold already filled that gap, guys. Okay. Already filled that gap. Okay. A massive gap, already filled it. So that was the game plan for today. Okay. If you guys recall, I wanted the VIX to make strides, okay, towards working its way toward this gap. SPY did the opposite. And same thing with crude, and same thing with gold.
The public.
That's why it's so important to have that knowledge, all right? Someone might say, why is it so important to know all these things? If you just focus on the 1 minute time frame, you just focus on your setups, you just focus on technical analysis, you have to know how everything is connected. That would allow you to build the right, okay, kind of bias. So if gold continues to rip, oil continues to rip, VIX continues to rip, okay, then we're going south. Then we are going south, all right? Okay, so you can see, look at this headline. How deceiving is that? Oil soars after the strike. But it was soared yesterday. Last night. Now it's starting to pull back. So this, if you think indicators are lagging, headlines are the most lagging indicator. News headlines are the most lagging indicator. Okay? Now, if you think EMAs are lagging price, which they are, right? Headlines are very, very slow. That's why you can't trade the headlines. Okay? So put yourself in position to learn how the bigger picture plays, how the entire market plays. Okay? How the sectors play out. Okay? The dynamics between sectors, the commodities. Okay? Stocks, bonds, rates, all those things really matter for you to start putting the pieces together and building your holistic perspective of the market. Okay? Everything else, from my perspective, not to sound insensitive, right? Just from the perspective of headlines, is just noise. Right? All right, giveaway time. 1 minute away. So put your names in the chat, guys. Put your names in the chat for the giveaway. Strikers, if you do win the giveaway, that's going to be a free seat to the next boot camp. All right? Let me close this out. So make sure to send me your email. All right? So we do have that coming up. So be on the lookout. Anytime we come into this territory, there's nothing that I love. Okay, that's a chop zone. We got SPX, we got SUDA. Let me close this out. SPX, SUDA. So who tuned into the last night's stream? All right, we talked about Palantir. We talked about a handful of names. Sunday nights at 7:30 p.m., guys. We're going to continue to utilize that time slot to get together as a team for my strikers and go over some ideas for the week, chart requests, and a handful of things. Beautiful job, Sancho. So one of our longtime members, right? Look at this, guys. Nothing given, everything earned. All right? Everything earned. And that's how trading is, guys. You have to just earn everything. You have to fight and claw for everything. So tremendous job. And in trading, guys, momentum is a real thing. And life, momentum is a real thing. Once you start finding your stride, once you start following the framework, okay, don't be wrong for long. Take profit where you need to, managing those trades, defining risk, allocating risk accordingly, and you start to hit your stride. You don't want to go the other way because the fruits have finally caught up, and you're seeing it pay off. That's all it takes, guys. The reason why it's so hard to be disciplined and do the boring things is because you haven't seen the reward yet. But for you to see the reward, you have to do it for a long enough time. But once you start seeing the reward, you're going to start realizing this is the only way I should be doing it. All right, it will register in your brain. So tremendous job, Sancho. We got Kim, we got Ganache. Did I get Ganache? We got Kim. Yeah, I got Ganache. I got Kim. Do we have two Kims? Let me see. I think, no, just one Kim. Okay, today's giveaway is for. Today's giveaway is for. Okay, I have to update the site. I didn't get a chance to update the site. But the live bootcamp, of course, we already did this. If you want access to the recording, and you want access to the resources for this particular bootcamp, right, you can get the access to that recording. If you want to purchase it, that's up for sale. All right, you can just click courses, all right, courses, and I'll send you the most recent bootcamp. I'll send you the first one as well as the most recent bootcamp as well. We covered a lot of things in there, so of course it's going to get taken down. So the giveaway for today is the recording of the bootcamp. Plus Shockwave 15 course. All right, so this giveaway is going to be tremendous. Take advantage. I was saying earlier, if you do want to join our community, this is the plan. That's the plan. We have one more spot left for the month of February. Once that fills up, March, we'll keep the prices here. I'm going to look to roll out a few indicators to help our traders. Okay, to help our traders, I'm going to roll out some indicators to go along with the Shockwave 15 strategy course. I want to do a couple of more back test videos with strategy Shockwave 15. Right, do the 5-minute, the 15-minute, refine it a little bit, provide the indicator, and I'm going to bundle all that up. Okay, into a product. But if you are in the Discord, you have access to it. All right. So once that product is live, because of Shockwave 15, all right, it takes the guesswork. It takes the guesswork out of your trading. Okay. But you have to be disciplined. You must be disciplined. You must treat it as a business. From the standpoint of you can't get emotional, you can't think that, hey, you know what's inside loss is the end of the world. If you just treat it over a series of 100 trades, 50 trades, 1,000 trades, whatever the number is, okay, it's going to work in your favor because it's backed by stats. Let me show you what it looks like and how it works. Okay. So once this is live, and it goes until 11:30. Okay, once this is live, it's live. So let's do a quick replay, okay, of today's action. All right. So if it's a replay, it's going to show you the idea from the last three ideas. The last three ideas, okay, the last 3 times it triggered, along with the entry, along with the time. So for today, all right, it marks out the levels, and it tells you exactly what it is. So you wait, and then now it's the waiting game. So in this area, you're defining a risk. Okay, boom. So here you can see, if you risk, you define your risk. This is the conservative risk. This is the aggressive risk. If you want something within conservative, you can even do less if it's a candle-based risk. That's up to you. Everyone's risk profile is different. Okay? If you want to hold the target is there. If you want to close before, that's up to you. That's up to you. But if you're going mechanical over discretionary, all right, say your risk is here, no close below here, and you're targeting here. All right, see, it gives you the levels. It shows you, okay, 2 of the 4. Okay, we're seeing some synchronized buying here. 4 out of the 4 are up. Boom. So it gives you the entries as well. All right, so the entries, I might take off the entries because I don't want people to follow the entry. I want them to do their part of the due diligence. Right, I might modify that a little bit, but you can see. That's how it went. All right, so very, very straightforward. So this here went up for $2. Okay, $2. So this is, if you go back to, for instance, let's do a couple of days. Since we have some time as we're chopping around, we're getting near those highs. Let's go all the way back to here. All right, see how it works. All right, let me show you. So again, all you do is show up. All you do is show up. Let's go back to, okay, Friday. All right. Okay, SPY's getting those near those highs. Okay, Friday. Friday we come in. Of course, we look for the same thing. Okay, as it continues to go, you wait. 684.26. That's the bullish trigger. The bearish trigger is 681.56. It gives you a risk already. And your TPs. Okay. So now, okay, this is your risk. There's your TP. Okay. If you take TP slightly before, maybe you can squeeze something out of it. If you're waiting for that TP to hit, meaning either hit TP or get stopped out, you're still in the position. Okay, so now it continues to go. Okay, TP hit. All right, so you can see, and it gives you the ideal entries, the confirmation. Okay, let's go all the way back now. Let's go to Thursday. See if we can go to Thursday. And then we'll do one more and we'll be done. So it gives it to you on both ends, both sides. Okay, both sides. So this is great for people who are working full time and who understand the core principles of the Chakra 15. Okay, so in this case, break below a 690.90. That's your trigger. You wait. Okay. If that's your risk, you're in. If you're aggressive risk, you're there. But you need 2 TP. You need a TP2. Okay. It says puts there. Okay. TP1 hit. Okay. TP1 hit. If you're aggressive risk, you're aiming for this. You're aiming for this. And you're trailing there. All right, so I just gave you one signal there. Okay, and you can do this for as way back as you want. All right, this is cool because you can add it to any name. Watch this. QQQ. Okay. Tesla. Okay. But you have to know how that particular name moves. Gives you the levels. Apple. All right, so it's a one indicator solution to help guide you, to take the guesswork out of it. All right, because not everyone has the luxury to stand, to draw the levels out day in and day out. This draws the levels out already. All right. And based on the, I'm going to make a video about this on Sunday. We'll talk about it in detail, but based on, if you're using the individual names, based on the sync, market sync, you want 4 to the 4 to be on the same direction. So we'll talk about that in detail on Sunday as well. So that's going to be available soon. All right. When that's available, of course, the price of the community is going to go up. All right. We're always adding things to the community to provide as much value as possible. Okay. And it's not going to be publicly available in the indicator library. Okay, you have to be in the community to use the indicator. Okay, you have to be in the community to get the indicator. All right. And that's coming in March. So in basically the end of this month, this will be the last month. We're going to keep it at 50. April, we're going to shoot the price up. Okay. And for the folks in the Discord, you will never experience a price increase. If you're already in, you're grandfathered in, you're good to go. All right. All I ask is, of course, you immerse yourself in the resources, make yourself active if you can in the chat, ask questions, share ideas, update us on your journey, manage risk, TP where you need to, all the things we talk about every day. Just do it how you see fit, right? In some way, some form, do those things, put those things into practice, and keep us updated on how your journey is going. That's the whole point of the community, to cultivate the community for us to share. When you win, when you lose, when you're going through different things, when you're all those different things, guys, we have each other's back. Okay? That's the whole point. That's the whole point of the community. And there'll be more. So every strategy that I do release, I will have an indicator behind that. And the Shockwave 15 just didn't come up yesterday. Okay, it's been out for a while. Okay, but I was thinking, how do we automate this? Okay, how do we automate this? Sometimes it takes too long. It takes too long to draw out those levels. There are some orb indicators out there, but they don't give you the targets. They don't apply the quad principles. It doesn't tell you if there's synchronized buying and synchronized selling. No, you always get grandfathered in, guys. Okay, if you're in the community, you're not going to see a price hike. All right, that's not. It's like this. If you buy Apple stock 20 years ago, that's the price you paid. Just because Apple stock goes up, your entry doesn't go up. Only if you sell, you try to get back in, it goes up. Okay, so same thing. Same thing with our community. All right? Same thing. %. And we've been keeping the prices very friendly, all right, because we want to give people a chance. Even the stuff on YouTube is more than enough. I wish there was something like that when I was around. When I was early in my journey, it was tough. Now, of course, live trading streams, all right? Now there's a whole business model behind live trading streams as well. Of course, I'm in the live trading space as well, but primarily with the props. Okay, with the props, funneling people into prop firms. All right. Again, I have no problem with prop firms, but just know, guys, you don't want to just take those prop firms lightly. You want to have the proper things in place to ensure you have a game plan, treat it like a business. Same principle. If you're not, Okay? It's a recipe for disaster. Okay? That's how the prop firm makes money. Okay? It makes money when you lose. For prop firms to go out of business, okay? For prop firms to go out of business, all the traders need to succeed. So, inversely, for prop firms to generate revenue, they need most of the traders, we'll say 90% of the traders, to fail and partner up with content creators, live streamers, to funnel their audience, right, with discounts to jump in and be part of that 90%. And then use the story of the 10%, okay, to sell hope in a bottle to the 90%. All right, so it's a predatory business. Very, very predatory. I have nothing against it. Business is business. All is fair. But I want you to know how it works. Once you know how it works, once you know how the game works, once you know the rules, okay, then you can properly play it. But it's not the prop firm's best interest for you to win. They're essentially, all those rules and regulations are in place, okay, for you to fail. Just think about it. All the consistency rules, all those is for you to fail. So my argument is, if you do have a sizable amount of funds, okay, A, you can trade your own account. B, you can jump to the options if you understand the technicals. C, before you even do the prop firm challenges, okay, fire up TradingView, paper trade on TradingView, pass your own account challenge. So get the exact rules of a prop firm, trade futures on TradingView through paper trading for free, and see if you can pass it. And then, when you're ready, you can start to scale up, get multiple accounts, and try to pass it. All right, but oftentimes it just turns into gamble, reset. And if you know how the industry works, okay, the people who are making the content on the prop firm live trading space, as the honest truth, guys, okay, they have different accounts. Their accounts are already passed. Because it's in the best interest for the prop firm to show that said individual has that account. So it's very easy for them to elevate the privileges. Okay, so it is a big, I wouldn't say multi-billion-dollar business yet. The entire market, I'd say maybe. I mean, maybe I'm underestimating it, but it is a big business, and a lot of players are jumping in. All right, so all I can say is, all right, I'm not going to say don't do it, but I'm just saying understand the rules, understand how it works, understand how the business model is, and take it from there. Trading itself, it's hard. Right? Trading itself is hard. Now you have to additionally add that on top of it as well. Because by the time people do pass the prop firms, they're already 25, 30K in the hole. And the thing is, guys, we'll take it a step further. If you're in the hole in the prop firms, you're not going to walk away. If you're 10K down in the prop firms with fees and whatever it is, you're not going to walk away. You're going to keep doing the challenges because now you want to make that back before you leave. Just like anything else. So that's the trap. All right. Are there success stories in that industry? There are. All right, there are. But the formula and the recipe is the same. Okay, the formula and the recipe is the same. Okay, managing your risk accordingly, taking profits where you need to, not over trading. If you follow that, it's universal everywhere you go. Okay. All right, let's do the giveaway, guys. Let's do the giveaway. And we do have a lot of futures traders on our team that find success with the prop firms. Right, but they know what they're looking for. They know what they're doing. They've agreed to the risk. They're the outlier. Right? All right, let's do the giveaway here. Been in call since the balance this morning. Beautiful, beautiful job. It's H398X. Price up, but no more volume for buyers. Master, house buy will drop or no. I mean, you don't have to call me master, right? But, I mean, SPY is currently using this channel to move the upside. Okay, you can see this resistance, resistance, resistance. So if it's going to start to push lower, if it remains in this channel, resistance to support, support to resistance to prove otherwise, we know this is a bearish formation. Once this resistance starts to break down, the tighter it gets. The things we need to take into consideration, the IV's fallen off a cliff. The ATR's fallen off a cliff. So the IV went from 38 this morning, okay, to 14. ATR went from $1 plus, $1.20 to $1.30 to 75. Okay, so it's not moving the same. Okay. And do we have any prop traders in the chat? Shed some light on your experience up until now. One of our great prop traders, futures trader on our team, is Carla, right? Tremendous, tremendous trader. She's gotten multiple payouts. She posts ideas in this area and futures, right? So we do have some traders as well. Okay, giveaway time. Okay, so giveaway. Again, the rules for the giveaway is when you do win the giveaway, if you win the giveaway, send me a DM in the free tier Discord. I will post the link to the free tier Discord. We're going to do 2 giveaways, 2 winners. We did hit 100. If we hit 150, we'll do another giveaway. What is the prize? The recording to the boot camp. Okay, recording to the boot camp. I'll add you to the Google Classroom. You have access to it for life. All right? All right. First winner is Arjun. Congratulations, Arjun. Okay, so you're going to DM me this word. Now, do you want to DM me the word opposite? Okay, DM me the word opposite and your name. DM me the word opposite and your name. I will provide the link to the free tier Discord. First winner is Arjun. So let me write that down. So the key word for today is opposite. Okay, opposite. If you're a winner, you need to give me that keyword. If you claim your prize another day, you need to use the same keyword. If you don't know what the keyword is, you're gonna have to go back and watch the episode. All right, because some people they're sending me DMs. One person wins, they get 4 DMs. Right, saying I'm Arjun. All right, so just have a little bit of integrity. Okay, so don't claim someone else's prize. Okay, remove. All right, second winner. Second winner is Yen. Yen is the second winner. Okay. Congrats, Yen. Congrats, Arjun. I'll send you the free tier link to the free tier Discord. Okay. When you get in there, you can either send me a message in the Whoop. All right, or join the free tier Discord and send it to me in there. All right, so you can see we're trading on this channel. Let me send it right here. Boom. So name plus the keyword in the DM. Okay, congrats Arjun and Yen. Okay. So I'll send you the a link to the Google Classroom, and I'll add you to the Classroom. Okay. And that's the recording of the boot camp. You can work your way through the boot camp. You can work your way through the material. Again, guys, I am giving out for free, so make sure you value it. Act like you paid $10,000 for it. All right. Most times, 99% of the time, when someone gets something for free, right, they're not going to take it serious. They're not going to capitalize off of it because it costs nothing. Right? You only pay attention when you pay. And that's very, very true. Okay? That's our tendency as human beings. We only pay attention when we pay. So act like you paid $10,000 for it. The information is going to tremendously help you. Yep, send a DM in the Discord. Yep, send me a DM. If you're in the free tier already, send me a DM. Keyword plus your name and your email. All right, you don't have to put your name, email, and all that stuff on YouTube. Don't put it in the public chats, okay? Only in the DM. And I'll add you to the Google Meets. You have access to the recording and a couple of other resources. Okay, so if the integrity of this channel gets broken, this is a potential reversal pattern brewing. No, I just dropped the link. Here's the link. The link is also in the description. Okay, U.S. Israel hit more targets in Iran. $116, absolutely. And it's awesome to go on this journey, guys, for the folks who've been tuning into the streams early on. We had 15, 20, 10 people. Okay, so the same principles are universal, just like you're trading. All right, if you just show up every day, put your best foot forward, don't do anything outside of yourself, rinse, repeat. Right, it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time, all right? Okay, so we're just chopping around up here. Chop, chop, chop. Volatility and ATR contraction. So these ideas, this action here is not favorable. How do we know? We've traded this before, multiple times. A bigger picture. Let's zoom out. Game plan chart. Where are we having a hard time at? Weekly POC. Rejection territory. So now we already made strides into this runway. If we start to stall, okay, if we start to stall, maybe get one more impulsive spike. Nice little spike, and then drop. Get back below 200 EMA on the hourly. We can start to go, possibly work our way to the downside. Right? Price might try to go sniff out some liquidity. Right? If it continues to accelerate into this territory, that just goes to show how how many buyers there are. Right? So in that case, we would look to take advantage of those structural breaks, retests maybe on the higher time frames, intraday higher time frames, pull back into the waves on the 5, so on and so forth. All right, so right now we are starting to run out of fuel. That doesn't mean to go short right away. You have to look for your entry model. Okay. Look for your entry model. Trading journal template taken. George addition. I'll take a look at that. Take a look at that, guys. Again, take the templates, change it to your heart's liking. Check out the one that ERA loaded up. So just send the DM. Okay, got you. All right. So do we break here or do we hold? Hold or fold? Fold implying break until you push lower. Do we hold or fold? The war was all priced in. Yep, looks like it was priced in. Would you guys put a 1 in the chat if you would consider this a war? And put a 2 in the chat if you would consider this. What's another word for something before a war, right? Because there's no official declaration of a war. Right? If you think this is a war, put 1 in the chat. If you don't think it's a war, if you think it's just an invasion or an attack or neutralizing threat, anything along those lines, put a 2. Okay, or like a conflict. Is it a war or is it a conflict? All right, so 2 if it's a conflict. Okay, ongoing conflict, just escalating. 1 if it's a war. Can a conflict lead to a war? Sure can. But a conflict alone is not a war. So yeah, so it looks like it's conflict, right? But if you look at all the headlines, all right, fear mongering, war, everything is war. War. It's to condition people's mind to be pessimistic, to be fearful. Just the same way the market operates on human psychology. The same way the media and everything else operates. It preys on your psychology. All right, you're gonna automatically have fear. Emotional states. Oh, I like that. Emotional states: impaired, tired, low cognition. I like that low cognition. All right, I like that low cognition. I don't have Excel on this computer. I have it on my other computer. So I'll open that up. I just use this computer just specifically for streams. Steady state, elevated. I like that. So it catches the emotional, it documents the emotional states. Emotional states. And this allows you sometimes to just realize how fortunate and how privileged you are especially if you're in North America, right? Just puts things into perspective, right? Again, politically, I can care less about politics, but to some extent, you have the freedom to say what you want. To some extent, you have the freedom to do the things you want, to start a business, go to work, say what you want, have your opinions, right? Because we live in a great country. Other places, guys, it's not like that. So if anything, it just puts into perspective how lucky, how fortunate, how blessed we are on this side. All right, we're not hearing sirens. We're not hearing explosions left and right. We just get to go about our day and watch it unfold, or hear it unfold, or hear about it, or read the headlines. And that comes with a cost. All right, that wasn't done without a cost. There were people who sacrificed their lives to put us, and continue to sacrifice their lives to put us in this position. Okay, whether you like it or not, we have to be the superpower in charge. If it was any other country, one of these super countries that was in charge, whatever is left of your freedoms would be gone. That's just a matter of fact. All right, so we have to. If someone had to be the police of the world, who would you want to police the world? Whether you like how the world is being policed, it's not going to be perfect. Right? Would you want the world to be policed by Iran? Would you want it to be policed by the US? Would you want it to be policed by China? Would you want it to be policed by Russia? Okay? Who should dictate the terms of what goes on globally? Okay? 10 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10. I would prefer things to be policed by America. That's my personal take. Are there going to be things that I disagree with? Sure. But fundamentally, there isn't someone standing over me, controlling me. There isn't someone who's taping my mouth up. If I want, I can go outside and protest. Right? Of course, some things are getting taken away over time, but I'm just saying at the current state, try doing that anywhere else, guys. So we have these freedoms, and that's the perspective that it brings me outside of everything else going on. Right? We're blessed, we're fortunate to be able to sit here and click buttons. Okay? Right? To be able to sit here and click buttons and have the opportunity to make money. Execution, undisciplined, partially disciplined, discipline. That's really awesome. Thank you for sharing ERA09. Right? If it was the other way around, okay, it would be completely different. If China was the police of the world, okay, it would be completely different. If Iran was the police of the world, it would be completely different. If it's just up to those countries. Russia was the police of the world, would be completely different as well. Okay. So, and how do we know that? Because we can just resume. That's the evidence. We can just resume our lives, go to work, stream continues, and it's a privilege. All right? It's a privilege for us to live in a great place that's safe. Okay? Just imagine if it was the other way around, if you're living in one of those countries. You can't operate freely. You hear sirens, you hear explosions at night. We don't know what that's like. Whether you're in Canada, whether you're in America, we don't know what that's like. Right? We don't know what it's like to hear sirens of a missile about to hit. Hearing explosions, where to the point where you're desensitized. Okay, so that's what that it always brings it back to perspective from that lens for me. Outside of all the political stuff, like I tell you, I can care less about politics. Right? I can care less. But just holistically, I would prefer this nation to be the police of the world. Again, am I going to agree with everything? No. But there'll be more things that will get taken away if anyone else is the police. What else can you expect from the country where descendants of Nazis collaborate, free land, unlawfully block bank accounts of peaceful Turks, and the whole Canadian Parliament gave standing ovation to Nazi corroborators? I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, to be honest. I don't know what to say. That's beyond my capacity. All I know is if I'm going to be somewhere, I want to be right here. If it's up to me, I want to be on this side of the equation rather than any other side. I said it before, you did. If you, freedom to click a button instead of cruising. 100%. 100%, John. 1,000%. Right? We get to click buttons. Right? I mean, we got to be disciplined when we click buttons. Is every button click going to lead to prosperity? No, but it's a series of button clicks. Disciplined button clicks. That can. All right, make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. I did take 2 trades, stopped out on the first one. Second trade, I worked in our favor slightly, then got stopped out on the runners. We did get some good setups on both sides of the equation. I just wasn't there to capitalize off it, but our team members did take advantage of this. I think the last handful of our team members took advantage of the puts here. I believe Turbo took advantage of the puts, both sides on IWM and SPY. We continue to grind higher here. Just have to adjust that nice little trend line where we get that break. So whenever you think of this territory, guys, just think of chop. There's a lot of levels in that territory, so it can be back and forth. You can scalp it level to level. If you're playing a higher time frame, bigger picture idea, you have further dated contracts, makes sense. Right? But from a 0 DTE perspective, it's 130. All right? So it's just scalps or just let it be. I like your statement regarding the side of the equation, 100%. Right? And this first world, there's first world problems and third world problems. Right? Most of the problems we have here, right, is first world. Right. As a matter of fact, I would even argue and say the problems, most of the problems we have here is because we have too much freedom. You have too many choices. And you get confused. There's too many ways to go. There's too much things. There's too much competing voices. Right? So that might even be the problem. The fact that there's too much of it. Amen. 100%. too much of everything. That's that because that's the freedom. In other places, there's no. Everything is one way. Everything's one way. So one way. There's no opinion. There's no how do you feel about this. All right. And we'll see how it shakes out. We'll see how long it lasts. We'll see how things transpire. We are living in a very interesting time. Every time in history is interesting, right? And it's interesting when people say that, right? Well, we're living in the craziest time. All you got to do is look back. All you got to do is look back and say, hey, which period of history would you rather live in? Okay, so again, let's see if we can at least sweep these lows near this prior day close. We did get some buyers stepping in that territory. Yearly open bounce, 685.71 territory. We're starting to see the VIX climb back above 21. There isn't anything that I love. We're in the jaws of that wave, 5 minute. See if there's some follow through behind that. We did structurally break, came back to a retrace reject. We're starting to lose some steam. We're starting to slow down. Let me take this off here. Don't need that. Don't need this. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Let's get a quick check of some of the individual names. Okay. So NVIDIA is above that 180. NVIDIA above that 180. Still took out that weekly downside breaker. So the most important level this week on NVIDIA is going to be that 50% retrace that weekly, 187. Okay, 187. 187 NVIDIA will be on watch. Meta's trading at that 655. AMD's below that 200. MU did break below. If you recall, MU spent some time below 400, right? MU dipped below 400, reclaimed 400, now it's at 411. Robinhood up 4% after gapping down. Let's go to the daily real quick. That daily is going to give us some reads. Okay, the daily is going to give us some good reads. Maybe some potential setups for next week. U.S. Westerners are privileged to have first world problems, and a lot of them we made, yeah. So okay, let's go take a look at this. So we got an engulfing candle on this buy. All right, so that's it. That's as bullish as it can be. Technical standpoint, slightly above the 100 EMA, maybe on the 100 SMA. We're right there. Let's take a look at it real quick. Let me flip the EMA real quick to SMA. There's a good chance we're holding that 100 SMA. Let me convert that real quick. There we go, 100 SMA. All right. So 100 SMA hold. Okay, we broke below 100 SMA, reclaimed it just below that 100 EMA. We came to this channel support. We're starting to bounce. So if we hold above 688, 686.07, which is the 20 EMA, or if we keep enforcement, which means we close above that daily upside breaker, by the end of the day, that's as bullish as can be. Right, this is a tremendous response back the upside. As far as the Qs are concerned, okay, as far as Qs are concerned, Qs engulfing candle on the Qs as well. Okay, as far as IW is concerned, IWM, engulfing candle on IW. IW comes into support. All right, we talked about this in the Sunday night meeting last night. DIA. Okay, DIA holding that 20, starting to reclaim it. Individual names. Netflix continues to go. Day two continuation. Major gap up. Magic number on Netflix is 100. Okay. Yep, I'm using TradingView. So put in the chat, does Netflix get above 100 with this initial interaction? Put 1 if you think yes. Put 2 if you think no. For Netflix, would you be bullish, not from this point, but from where it is now? Are you bullish for Netflix by the end of the week as it pertains to this 100 level. That 100 level also is a 200 EMA as well. So critical juncture for Netflix. Netflix is directional on the weekly, right? So Netflix is directional. ExxonMobil falling off a cliff, gaps up, traps, pushes to the downside. That was the tell. Walmart, nothing there. Starting to see a nice push. Apple bouncing off that 100. Google, okay, 212 to the downside. Okay, Google can potentially go 2 down, 2 up tomorrow. We'll have that on watch. Palantir, nice breakout. Tesla, Tesla, 200 EMA. Tesla, critical support. So going into tomorrow, Tesla is going to be on watch. Tesla's on watch on the weekly. Tesla's on watch on the daily as well, okay? Tesla. Looks very interesting to me. Doesn't get any better than this. All right, if it holds, 200 EMA, multiple touches of support. Okay, first touch, second touch, third touch, fourth touch. That could possibly put in this position for a push to the upside. So Tesla will be on watch for tomorrow. Amazon, okay. Amazon's starting to slow down here. NVIDIA, okay, engulfing count on NVIDIA. I wanted NVIDIA in this 170, 172, between 172 and that 200 EMA. All right, either that 200 EMA or this range here. That's what I was waiting for in NVIDIA. 169.53, 170, 165, or 172.64. Right, not enough to get into that territory. Meta, engulfing candle on Meta. Don't like Meta in this area because, okay, it's in the middle of the channel. A lot of congestion here. AMD with those EMAs. AMD, okay, AMD very similar to Meta. We get that breakdown coming to that 200 EMA. Okay, a very similar story to Meta, NVIDIA. First touch, second touch, third touch, fourth touch, fifth touch, sixth touch, seventh touch of support for AMD. We'll have that on watch if we can get a nice closure on that level. TSM, nice bounce off that 20. JPM, okay, JPM, 200 EMA once again. Last time that was one of the ideas. A bounce off that 200. If it comes into play once again, right, I'll have JPM on watch as well. Let's see, MU's been trading in this symmetrical triangle, holding that 20 on top of that uptrend. See if MU does anything there. Okay, Broadcom. Broadcom also looks interesting as well. Semis look interesting because they're at that 200 EMA. Robinhood, nice engulfer there on Robinhood. Okay, SPY is starting to work its way to the downside. We might have to change back to SPY. Okay, SPY. Let's go quickly to SPY as it starts to sell off here, picking up some speed, see if we can get back below prior day lows. Prior day close. Yes, I'm using TradingView. I am using TradingView. That is a go-to charting software most traders in the industry use, and I highly recommend it as well. Okay. Okay. You think it's going to happen? So Netflix did present that nice opportunity, did trigger. See if it continues to go. Okay. See if we can at least come and grab that yearly open. Now we're starting to wake up here on the VIX, back above 21. Structurally broke this channel. Okay, we covered this pattern in the boot camp, right, extensively. If you want to do we can do another giveaway at 150 likes. Okay, another giveaway at 150 likes. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. Okay, we've crossed 3,300 subs, guys. I do appreciate that. Let's get to 3,320. And we're just marching through these numbers. Let's take a look at Polymarket real quick. They probably have some interesting stats on how long the conflict can last, what the odds are. Polymarket, okay. There we go. Let's go to the home page. Is this the home page? Okay, they changed it up. Okay, U.S.-Iran ceasefire, buy. Okay, let's take a look at it. Let's follow the money. So they're saying ceasefire by May. Everything beyond May, March 15th. So in the next 2 weeks, March 15th has 31% chance. So there's an 80% chance it doesn't last until June, 76% chance it doesn't last until the end of March, and end of May, 68% chance it doesn't last until the end of April, 51% chance it doesn't end and doesn't last until the end of March, 31% chance ceasefire between now and March 15th, 7% chance by this week. All right, so we can see low, more than likely it's going to continue this week, the back and forth. Next supreme leader, okay. Bitcoin next 5 minutes. Okay, let's see what happens there. Iran ceasefire, will regime regain or fall in June? Okay, let's see. Will Iranian regime fall by June 30th? Okay, what is it? We got 23% chance. So June 30th, that's what? A few months out. All right, so that's what we got so far. All right, we're starting to see some nice selling here. Okay, we're putting some pressure on the waves. Waves are flipping for the first time. So the 5-minute waves are flipping for the first time. 5-minute waves are flipping for the first time. Okay, 5-minute waves are flipping for the first time. We're back to that yearly open. Back to that yearly open. So you can continue to push. And we're starting to see the Q sell off, the Dow sell off, the IW headed back towards that daily upside breaker. Last time we had a hard time getting below, if you recall, we had a hard time getting below that previous day close, right? When we were in the puts here, we couldn't get past that 12% mark, right? End up closing out those runners after TPing, okay, because we couldn't get below it, all right? So again, let's see if that remains true. We get below it, we dive into this territory, we get some buyers to step up. I don't mind being a buyer there. If we just completely slice and dice through it, don't mind flipping for a retrace reject for potential push into that daily 50% retrace. Okay. So what you'll notice is a lot of this is conditional. It's a bunch of if statements. All right. If this, do this. If that, do that. It's not just one statement. I'm going to do this. That's basically what trading is, guys. It's not just I'm going to come into the day and buy calls. Right? It's if. Everything's conditional. Things are evolving minute by minute. Things are evolving. And look at this. See the prior day close? A lot of buyers there. Once again, see if that can influence the 5 for a hammer. Continue push. In that case, I want the VIX to start to slow down. If the VIX was below 21, that would have been nicer. I like the engulfing candle on the Qs. So I want to see if that's legitimate or just a shake out on those shorts. Okay, Jamie Dimon on Market Geopolitics. Let's take a listen.
On their way literally with murder for 50 years. So that's far more important. But, you know, as a corollary to that, you got to expect there'll be cyber attacks or terrorist attacks either here or around the world. You know, banks may be targets, so may, you know, plenty of other people. And we always try to be prepared for that. We never try to predict when, why, where. We spend a lot of money protecting ourselves for cyber. We think it's part of our job. But I've always said I would consider that one of the highest risk banks bear. Not just the cycle, cyber.
Yes, I remember that from your letter last year. And of course, we are here at the Leveraged Finance Conference. It's the 31st annual event. So let's dig into your view on credit. Broadly, last week you said at JP Morgan's investor update that the environment reminds you of 05, 06, 07, that people are leveraging to the hill, and you see some dumb things out there happening. Where specifically are those dumb things happening?
Let me give you a better perspective. Individuals in very good shape, debt to service ratios, corporations in good shape, government is not. Governments around the world, including the United States government, have far more debt than they've ever had before. You know, we're going to have a cycle one day. I think when we have the cycle, and it may be driven by geopolitics, it may not. Those geopolitical things are kind of longer tail items, and there are a lot of short-term good items. I think the one big beautiful bill will help drive growth. I think deregulation of banks and other companies can help drive kind of growth. Still at that party may be inflation. So credit will have a normal cycle. I believe that it'll be worse than a normal one when it happens. So there will be one, and that's because of complacency. Asset prices are very high, credit spreads are very low. I don't think a lot of people have seen a credit cycle. Not everyone who makes loans is very good at it. So those bad actors may be banks, not private credit. It's just across the board. And we've seen, issues, I wouldn't call them major issues. I wouldn't call them systemic issues, but issues of bad underwriting. And some more fraud than there should be and things like that. So, I'm concerned about it, but we're prepared for it. We always prepare for all these outcomes. We'll see. And then we obviously underwrite credit and compete. So we see people, we do that, sometimes doing things that we would never do. That's what I'm referring to. That's not private credit. That's other people providing credit who we think are just going a bridge too far, to make a loan they probably shouldn't be making.
I think that's an important distinction because with the cockroach comment as well as the comment about people doing dumb things, I think a lot of people took that to mean private credit specifically.
No, I never meant that for the cockroach comment or this thing. This is underwriting standards. And not just leverage, not just EBITDA, but also assumptions you're making in revenues and expenses, covenants you put in place, underwriting the person you're doing business with and their history. Sometimes it's very specific things that create what you would consider.
Okay, there's some follow through behind that drop there. Okay, that prior day close failing to hold. We're starting to see some selling. We're putting some pressure. Okay, wave starting to wave. No hammer break here on the 5. We didn't break those highs back below POC. Once that channel started to break down, the breakdown is taking place. Things are getting interesting here. Let me move this here. VWAP is all the way at that 684.03. So we still have some more room to drop it to VWAP. 684.03 is the VWAP. Okay, we're seeing that nice little drop. 15 in the 5. Q selling off. Dow selling off. SPY selling. IWM selling off as well. IWM falls below 262.73. Daily downside breaker gets back within the range of the prior day. If it bounces off of that, it's bouncing off that prior day high. I want to see what kind of activity we get here. See if we can get a reclaim in that yearly open. For a quick bounce. The one thing that is good is the contracts are starting to move to the downside. Okay. Looking at the 687s. See if we can hold above that yearly open. Okay, this is moving nice and fast. See if you can pull back just a little bit, just a little bit. Pull back just a little bit. Okay, I'll take the calls right there. Risk being those lows. Okay, I'm in the calls. Up 9. TP where you need to. See if you get some follow through. First area of resistance, first target is prior day close. Okay, if we can get above prior day close, 685.99, we're good to go. It can start having a hard time there. Okay, if you took this with more size, TP. Using lottos here, little midday action, small size. See if you can get that nice push to the upside. Start to hammer. Okay, new 5-minute candle. I want to break above 685.99 for us to go. Okay, that's that prior day close. We had a hard time above it. Now we need to. We had a hard time getting below it. We're below it. See, now we need to get above it. If we have a hard time getting above it, okay, we can start to fall back lower. So I want to see what this 5-minute candle does. If you can get above that 686.23, we're good to go. Excuse me. Okay, go, go, go. Right, having a hard time. Already provided 9%. This level in particular. Prior day close. So what I'm betting on is the yearly open bulls to protect it. If they fail, no yearly open bulls to step up. Okay, then we can start to collapse. As long as we hold above yearly open, should be good to go. Okay, go, go, go. Again, another rejection. In the meantime, while we hang out in that territory, I need the VIX to start to push the downside. That will help the case. Qs are starting to fade slightly. Still inside on the 5. That prior to close lows. If we get below 685.51, I'll close out. Close out the lottos. Did see 9, nothing 10. Starting to collapse here. Down 15, 16. At least hold this territory. Right, no close below 685.51. Okay, see if we have one more push in it. One more effort. Don't want it to get into these lows and then try to fuel back up. Right, don't have enough risk tolerance to see that through. What really gave us a hard time was prior day close. All right, if we can catch a bit above it, it goes double digits. So if we can fuel off of this, get enough buyers to step in, get above that 685.71, we can maybe make one more attempt. If we hold below 685.71, that yearly open, no buyers, this can start sliding to the downside. So critical moment here. The Qs are still inside on the 5 because I might want to go back, head to that VWAP, which is all the way at that 684.06. Okay, so that needs to hold. Now, do we have enough fuel? Okay, now do we have enough fuel going into it? We need to protect that yearly open, 685.71, continue to go. If you already took profits, 9%, if you had a better entry, maybe 10% double digit, that's good. Okay, make sure you define your risk if you're still babysitting position. I need to close back above yearly open. Close back above it. It's just the back and forth that's a killer. Okay. Okay, now if we have enough momentum from here to here, okay, if we can get from there to there, we're in position. I want to break. If we get from here to there and we start to collapse back the downside, then I'll just cut it. So we're using this nice little trend line support. So if this remains, we're good to go. Let's take a look at the 1. 1 is colliding with those waves, so be on the lookout. Bears can start piling in here if that support fails to hold. So we need to, the bulls need to take advantage here, okay, to have that opening to make that run into prior day close. Okay. 5-minute candle, 6 seconds left. So this inside candle of 5 will determine a lot. Okay. So for my case, I want to break above these highs and break below those lows. We continue to go to the downside. So I don't want to break below these lows. All right. So if you're waiting for that inside candle, now's your chance to start making those decisions. Once that candle closed on the 5. VIX still going to the upside. See if the Qs can remain inside or take out those highs in the meantime. So you can see how slow the action is. Right, we're moving about 61 cents per 5-minute candle. That might seem aggressive, but a lot of time has passed since we've been in this position. Okay, that's really eating up the value of those contracts. So my no close is here. If I close below here, okay, we'll get that structural breakdown of that flag. I'll be out of there. Okay, I'll be out of there. So I'm out there. Okay. So couldn't get some follow through behind that setup. And we end up getting stopped out here. Right, so tried to get the push, came into it, didn't have enough room to go. I mean, granted, I could have just said, hey, you know what, it's lottos, I can just wait until it goes to zero, but still have to respect the risk and take it for what it is. And now we're starting to break on the one. Right, this trend line support starting to break, so we know that the sellers are starting to pile in. All right, so the last thing I want to see is a drop below those lows. If we continue to chop in this area, it's going to eat the premium. Right, so needed that move to take place fairly quickly, and it couldn't go. Couldn't go. Okay, so in that trade, stopped out there. If you're still in, just draw your risk, know where your risk is. If you already TP'd, good job. All the issues are not going anywhere fast. All right, so we know this area is gonna we're gonna make significant strides away from this area in the next 30 minutes. Right, but this back and forth in the meantime is really eating those contracts. The back and forth in the meantime is eating those contracts. 1 minute waves are waving to the downside. 5 minute, of course, we're continuing that selling. Or below that 685.53. And on that case, I'll be done for the day, guys. Okay. So today took through 3 trades. 1 trade worked in our favor. 2 stopped out. A couple of missed setups. A few missed setups. So again, can't miss those setups. Excuse me, not to sneeze. Okay. And the VIX is still going north. So in the meantime, when we're at that yearly open, we need the VIX to continue to hold where it is and go south, or we need that break above that 685.99. The fact that we couldn't get that break turns out to be that resistance, and it continues to push to the downside. All right, so now as we continue to push, that's going to open up this runway to the downside. See if there's some follow through behind it. We're about how many points away from VWAP? Off those lows, we're about $1.18 from VWAP. Okay, $1.18 from VWAP. How many likes do we got? We'll do one more giveaway, guys, at 150. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. We're at 123. We had 1,200 people stop by already, so I do appreciate it, guys, for hanging out all day. We have 126 people on live currently. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Now, how many trades you took. We do go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. So if you are just jumping in, we are seeing some movement to the upside. We did gap down initially. Once we gap down, we pumped to the upside for the first hour, pull back a good chunk of the last piece of the first hour, and then we push back the upside. And it's been relatively a clean trend to the upside here. All right, if we just draw it like that, we can see we're starting to put a dent on that trend from the entire day. The first trade came in, of course, took the puts, Was wrong within a couple of minutes. Another opportunity came in here. Okay. Missed that opportunity there. Missed opportunity here. Took the puts here. Couldn't get any follow through behind that move. Took a majority off of double digits. And last trade here. Did see 9%. Okay. Maybe the best thing was to just target there. Maybe I wanted to see a little bit more. And then, of course, just got stopped out. Edmonton. Awesome, awesome. I used to live in Edmonton. All right, I used to live in Edmonton. I'm very familiar with Edmonton. So that's awesome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very cold, to say the least. Very cold, to say the least. I used to live on the north side. North side, south side. It's a beautiful city divided by the lake. Just to give you some context, when I was there, they were rebuilding the bridge. Okay. So if you've been there for long enough, you know the bridge I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure they're done by now. Okay. Yukon, wow. Yukon. What time is it in Yukon? You might be the first. Minus 33. Yep. So even if you're in a position, it might take some time to develop, guys. This is past the usual trading hours. So everything in this area is just throwing some lottos out there. And even if you're using those lottos, define your risk prior hand. Everything doesn't have to be make or break. Trivia, what's the capital city of Yukon? Anyone know the capital city? Yukon, outside of the person from Yukon, 12 noon? Okay. So 2 hours behind. Or is Yukon the capital city? Am I just Yukon capital? Yeah, White House. Okay, White House. White Horse. That's the White House. So I know we have someone from BC in our group, from Vancouver. All right, we almost have all the provinces, guys. Almost have all the provinces. We have a lot of the states. We have a lot of people from Florida, Texas, New York. At some point in time, we'll have at least one person from each of the states and one person from each of the provinces. Okay. 12 noon. Okay. Okay, see if we can start to wake up here. $15 wave. One wave needs to flip. It's going to come down to this reclaim, right? It's going to come down to this reclaim here. Can we reclaim the yearly open? Can we reclaim that yearly open? I gave it a shot there. Stopped out. Wanted to see a greater than single. I was looking for this right here. This between here and here will give us about 25 to 35%, maybe 40, depending on how quickly it accelerates, how long it takes. So it's going to come down to that yearly open. That's what it's going to come down to. Wow, I think we have a first person joining us from Africa, from Somalia. Wow. So you might be the first person joining us from African nation. Anyone joining us from South America or Central America? So it's going to get sticky here. This stickiness, okay, and that stickiness and that back and forth, you lose. So you need to find an area where price can become fluid. We're 54 minutes away from power hour, so we can get a little bit of more activity during that time. All in all, it's been a pretty straightforward day. Okay, all in all, it's been a pretty straightforward day from the standpoint of course, major catalysts coming into the day. Okay, see if you can hold that. I like how the VIX is going lower. Okay. Can we hold that yearly open? Hold this territory. We know how we feel about that prior day close. Coming into it as resistance. So reclaim. If you want to exist on the other side of it, you can be there. Everything's starting to wake up here on the 5. Let's get to 150 likes, guys. 150 likes is the goal. Now put us past our record. We can get there. We have 120 people joining us from all over the world. All right, we're at 128 likes. 150. Before 3 o'clock, we'll do a giveaway. And we'll take the stream all the way to 3:30 and then wrap it up. Okay, and wrap it up. Okay, we're starting to see the VIX push lower. That bounce off that 200 on the hourly coincides with what's going on here, but can we hold above? Or can we maintain above that yearly open and eventually get back above prior to close? If we can, this window opens up. So to entertain this window, the early seat is here. Below the window, below 685.71. So you can see all these runways are very, very tight. Right. Is there a chance of us getting to one massive candle push? Sure. Now see if you can get above that prior day close. 685.99. The reason why I'm emphasizing that level is because of our interaction at the level previously. Coming into it with strong support until it wasn't. Now it's major resistance. Okay, let's adjust that there. We're coming into the 9. Did we flip the 1? Did we flip the 1? Did we flip the 1? Okay. Starting to go. I might have been a little or too early on that idea earlier. Let's see if we can get to 3320 subscribers, guys. We smashed the target for the day. Okay. So to give you some context, those contracts, if you're wondering if you sat through all of that, where would it be? Okay, it would finally be in the green. They were at $32. They're now at $48. But how much drawdown do you sit through? They got as low as 18 cents. So up to 40, 50% drawdown. Okay, so this run right from here to here, we get above that level. That's the target. We hold above that from here to there. Okay. And you want to take that and sit through some of that back and forth. We are one of the best countries in the world. God bless America. Bad day in America is better than any part of the world. 100%. Yeah, we're very, very blessed. To be on this side of the equation. Okay, we're starting to see some slowdown at the 680, 640, 680, 650 territory. 50% retrace of that monthly candle. That monthly candle, last month's candle, of course, that range. And that G50 of Friday's gap. Oh, man, that's a nice push. That's a nice push. So this is kind of what I was looking for. Too early of an entry. And now we're seeing that collapse on the VIX. So when you go back and watch the tape, you'll see the difference in this entry here and the entry in this territory. More things were lining up. More things were lining up. Defense ETFs hit all-time highs. We discussed that yesterday, guys. Remember yesterday? Defense ETFs. Okay, so you have to know what to look for when. I don't trade the defense names, right? I don't trade the defense names. They're not as friendly to trade. They have wide spreads. If you do have defense holdings, if you have any allocation in defense ETFs, you're seeing a nice tick to the upside. Okay. As we continue to push here, give me 1 second. Come take a momentary break. I'll be right back.
Watching, is there another Abcake attack looming? That was the attack in
2019, which is, by the way, the single biggest day move in the price of oil in the last 30 years. Oil's up 15% then.
And the Saudis were very good at honoring customer commitments. They basically ensured that there was no disruption, but they had available sea lanes.
So if, in other words, it's one thing for the president to get there and say it's over, but really the way the market perceives that it's over is free-flowing through the street.
Free-flowing oil and essentially statements that, very similar to almost Venezuela, like, we're ready to work with the United States. If you basically have some type of resolution at the end where someone comes forward in the IRGC or whoever is in charge and says, we're done, like in June. Remember in June, essentially, we had the wind down and everyone's like, we're going back to our corners?
Yeah. And we had Brent at 78. We're not even at 78 right now. We're below that point, and yet we
The last thing I would say, do we have recency bias?
Yeah.
Because of the way June occurred and there was no disruption, are we using the June playbook?
Halima, always great to get your insight. As usual, important times. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're just getting started here. Don't go anywhere. Stocks are off session lows. NASDAQ is positive. A lot of questions still to be answered, though, as you just heard. Energy, defense, crypto, that's where you're seeing most of the green today. We'll talk the Mideast impact on the markets more broadly with Jan Van Eck right after this.
This is Mia. She's got big plans for her business to make a splash. And she needs the right partner to make it happen. U.S. Bank Business Banking gives her everything to run and grow her business her way. That's the power of Mia. And this is the power of us.
What's our #1 way to improve stock returns? We use options. Look at the returns in the same security over the same period, and you can see why learning to trade options is a necessity. It's not an option.
These are some of the option trades we've recently shared with our followers.
What would you prefer, the stock return or the options return?
Our book will teach you our beginner-friendly strategies you can start using immediately.
Get your free copy at itsnotanoption.com.
Itsnotanoption.com.
We started Henyon & Walsh for people like you. People who share our values, integrity, honesty, and loyalty. The result? We're different because we care about you and your success. We're dedicated to your financial goals, so we'll always give you our very best efforts because you've earned it. We're Henyon & Walsh and committed to you. Get in touch today.
Meet the all-new Fidelity Trader Plus with your preferred tools, customized charts, and streaming data, so you can start a trade idea on one device and execute it on another. Meet our most powerful trading platform yet, Fidelity Trader Plus.
Never miss a moment.
The way you stabilize the dollar in a durable way and the way you create that level of intermediate term confidence is we got to reduce the debt.
Wow, what a push, guys. Could have done a better job with that setup. That was beautiful. What a push, what a push, what a push. Wow. What a push. Right, so this was the fuel it needed. Came into this territory, spent some time. And look at that. One for the books. Last trend green and done. Look at that rip. That would have been 300. Yeah, I was in this thing. I was being very impatient, guys. On my end at 32 cents. It's at $1.15. $1.15. $1.12. All right, look at that. So don't chase. Beautiful job, Jason. And you can see the VIX back below 21. And we're back above those shift highs. And we are back above that daily upside breaker. Anyone else take the calls here? Anyone else take the calls there? If you did, you were handsomely compensated. $20-minute run. Don't chase. Let's see if we can get to 3350 subs, guys. 3350. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome aboard. Long-time viewers, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you like. Take the next steps. Join our community. So the opportunities are present. That was a nice push. A yearly open. Buyers protected it. We got below it, got back above it, continue to push. If we can get 150 likes, we'll extend the stream to 330. All right. 330 extension. Now power hour is in 40 minutes. Continues to push. So be careful above those highs if you want to expand. Retest bounce. See if the VIX can continue to push lower below these lows. Don't want to see a reclaim. And now we are in the jaws. Okay, we're in the jaws of Friday's gap. Top end of that gap. Let me just zoom out for 1 second so you can see. Okay. 1 second so you can see. So we have today's gap down. We filled that. And we have Friday's gap down. Okay, we're making some strides above Friday's gap down. And we could potentially be trying to attempt to fill Friday's gap down. attempt to fill Friday's gap down. Just adjust this slightly. Okay. Now we're back in the jaws, okay? So we came into it, dumped, came into that 50 on the hourly, bounced, and we're in the jaws at this rejection zone, and this is starting to speed up. Look at that, guys. Just like that. I've been scalping momentum today, 10% gain on small account. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Anyone else? Okay, just to give you some context, all right? Let's just zoom out. Okay. From the very lows of the day, what kind of range are we seeing today? From the very lows of the day. Okay, we'll just go at the opening price. We are up $9 on the day from the open. $9 on the day. $9 on the day. $9 on the day. So massive push to the upside on SPY here. After spending some time in that yearly open, I spent some time at that first shift highs in this nice little range. Gets above that yearly open, gets above prior day close, pushes, gets above 50% retrace of that monthly, pushes, and just accelerates. As it accelerates, everything else joins it as well. All the indexes firing on all the same firing on all cylinders, and of course the VIX pushes to the downside. Okay, VIX pushes to the downside. So we're at the very highs of the day so far. We're at the very highs of the day. Okay. Prior shift high, 687.42. Shallow retest. Shallow retest, Maurice Warren, cap. Okay. Cap what? Trump administration to order defense of law firm action, Wall Street Journal. Okay, nothing there. So 57% of the chat on YouTube is green. We still have to do our poll on YouTube, poll for our SPY strikers. So far on my end, I'm red on the day. Took 3 trades. Had the calls here. Right. Shaking out. Could have done a better job on the entry. And eventually the idea played out a little bit. So just waiting it out. Not waiting it out based on the entry and going beyond risk, but waiting for the entry model to present a better opportunity rather than just basing it off of the momentum of this candle here. Okay? Patient, 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 patient. Take a listen here.
Up 13%. Here we are. Oil's barely higher.
Not even 24 hours
And the
later.
markets are up.
Yeah, incredible. Well, because that early reaction told you, usually the first reaction is the worst reaction. And if the worst that it was, a couple hundred points down on the Dow, it didn't take much for markets to come back. Keep an eye, though, on the opposite side of this. 10-year going back above 4%. Bad prices paid in the ISM report this morning. So it's like we're in the sweet spot right now, or before we might turn our attention to more of the inflation
So
story.
could we do what Jan was saying? Could we do something with Iran's exports in a good or bad way? We don't know. But coming up, somebody who probably does. He's an insider who predicted these attacks on Iran back in January. His thoughts on the likely next steps now. What happens next? It is Amos Hochstein. He knows a lot. You're going to want to hear what he has to say. That's next.
You play by the rules. Then things happen. Prices keep climbing. Every month, a new expense. And the debt adds up. So how do you face it? It starts with a call, then a plan. At National Debt Relief, we'll negotiate with your creditors so you pay less than you owe. And just like that, you're back on track.
Okay, we continue to push the upside. We continue our ascension to the upside. VIX below 75. Did crack that 21. And this is as bullish as can be, guys. This is as bullish as can be. This is as bullish as can be intraday and golfer on all four of the indexes on the daily candle. So things should be very interesting to see what takes place. All right, it continues to push higher. Continues to push higher. Let me fix my shift separator here real quick. Look at that daily. Look at the intraday activity here. Who would have saw that coming? Right? Who would have saw that coming? That's why it's so important. Again, we have to emphasize it. There's going to be another scenario like this eventually. Geopolitical catalyst is how the market tends to react. Muted reaction, a reaction, and eventually by the end of the day, it's a muted reaction going back the other way. Boss, we are in between 5 and 20 day MA. What time frame you're looking at structure? Now, if we get up to this level, if we get above this level, okay, up to this level, we get above that level. This is, of course, this is the runway from here to there. And then we even have the 690 psychological level up there. Okay, so it's almost like this didn't take place. The market was essentially gap down, priced it in, pushed the upside. 3 minute, okay. So keep on that territory if you use those EMAs. Okay. New shift here. New shift. The DM from the DM keyword was opposite. Opposite implying the market did the opposite. Okay, that was the keyword. Stocks rebound. U.S. will easily prevail. So we're basically back in Friday's action. Okay, where we were basically resuming where we were Friday and making strides into the jaws of the gap from Friday. That's basically what's going on. If we get into that 688.90, that means we're automatically at we automatically fill that gap. Friday's gap down. Friday's gap down will be filled. Setup waiting, of course, 684, 687.42 bounce with the 1 minute waves. And then it starts to grind lower, right? I mean, just grind. Right, nice, clean move, and then grind. Okay. Again, we will do a giveaway, guys. Let's do another giveaway at 150 likes before 3 o'clock. Last idea calls out that territory. The giveaway is for the Getting Started Day Trading Bootcamp. The bootcamp recording. So it's basically a 6-hour course, 5-hour course, 4.5 to 5-hour course, covering the fundamental principles of day trading options from a psychology standpoint, from a technical standpoint, from a foundational standpoint. So we're covering all the areas. Okay? We're covering all the areas, covering all the bases. 150 likes, we'll do another giveaway. Okay? For strikers who do jump in the giveaway, you will have access to the upcoming bootcamp. Okay, so free seat, upcoming bootcamp. So we're always giving things away as long as you guys continue to like, continue to share, continue to subscribe. Right? We'll do the giveaways. All I ask is for you to utilize, because those things are, people pay for that, right? To treat it as if you paid for it and really take advantage, right? IWM horse in the race, beautiful. That break was also nice. Fido on IW. A little stuffy today. I'm not sure why. A little bit of a stuffy nose. Okay. Where's my line? Yeah, nice little flag break there as well in IW. IW, nice bounce off that daily upside breaker, right? Comes into it. 260, 273. And golfer right off it and goes. So we know how the market feels. All right, we know how the market feels about the conflict in the Middle East. Not how we feel, not what the media feels, what the market feels. And for us traders, the most important thing to gauge is what the market feels. Not what we feel, but what the market feels. That gives us, that puts us in position to capitalize on those opportunities. 5 minutes clean as can be. 1 minute waves are waving. Okay, got you, Yen. This thing is looking like it wants to fill that gap at 688.90. What we got going on here?
It's not just a choke point for oil, as you know, Amos. It is natural gas. It is also chemicals and fertilizers. 30% of the world's chemical fertilizers, ureas, phosphates, whatever, they go through there as well. So people, it matters a lot to eating. So if you were still in the White House, what would the recommendation be to get this flowing again? Would it be some kind of U.S. naval escort through it? Would it be try to get the insurers to agree to something, some kind of a multi-day potential ceasefire? How do we get those ships moving again?
So it's a great point, because that's what I'd be watching right now really carefully. And that's what we did ahead of the Russian invasion when oil prices, increased, or after Libya in 2011. I think you have to look at a couple of things. One, right now, the Iranians cannot close the Strait of Hormuz physically, but you don't need that. You need the insurance companies to not put a ban on traveling through. So I think I would look, the SPR doesn't help you all that much if you're going to be blocking 25 to 30% of oil flow worldwide, right? So I think what you need to do is look at what are the alternatives to put pressure on the insurance companies. Are there financial guarantees that I can work with the tanker companies to be able to get them to start moving again? Because I need to get momentum that at least if some tankers start to go through and nothing happens, and we can get some momentum of clearing one lane, talking to the Department of Defense to make sure that we put some air defense against missiles and UAVs specific to that area. Just like we're defending our bases, we should be defending that choke point. So I would start looking. I wouldn't implement anything today. I'd wait a couple of days and see how this develops. But if I have to, don't wait too long if you're the White House, because if the market decides this is going on too long, that I have a physical shortage in the market now, this could be a runaway train that goes from, oh, it's only up a couple of bucks to it's up $25.
Mistake, Amos, to I won't use the word drain, to not have a bountiful SPR right now, regardless of whom was responsible for that decision?
I was responsible for that, so I take full responsibility, and I think it was the right one. We had a war that was going on, and oil prices went to 122, and we were about to go back into a deep recession as a result. And it worked. Oil prices went down to below 100 and ultimately to 85. There is still plenty of SPR to be able to do a release, and we purchased back a lot. And I think that we should continue purchasing every time price is low. I think we have plenty of SPR, but you have to use it in the right way at the right time. Responding to 20% of the market being off because of Hormuz, the SPR is not built to do that for long. So I would look at other options to be able to do that, and then look at SPR as using that to augment that when I need it.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing. How many people are, well, maybe we should say, I made that decision and I stand by it. And anyway, Amos, appreciate it very much.
One of the greatest oil trades of all time?
That's what, listen, he's in the
we sold at 95, we purchased at 76.
You're
still
sure we're not going to, I still go, are we going to regret it, I guess?
Okay. Are you from OKC? Yukon? Oh, okay. You're asking someone else in the chat. I think you might be from Yukon. Maybe the Canadian Yukon. What time is it in OKC? So if OKC is 2 hours behind, probably. I know Edmonton is 3 hours behind. Is it 2 hours? I think it's 2 or 3 hours. Might be 2 hours behind, actually. Now that I think about it. OKC is only an hour behind. Right, so he's probably from the Yukon in Canada. Okay, now we're stuck between these two zones in that runway. The shallow bounce level, of course, is 684.42. Waves are waving, continue to push, zoom out on the 5. We continue to fix this channel as we go along. It's been giving us those good reads. Again, characteristics of that continue push higher. We're at this resistance territory, so do we pull back slightly? We shall see. We are overextended. Just because something's overextended is very similar to the RSI. Sometimes the RSI can be overbought. Just because it's overbought, it doesn't mean it can't go higher. All right. It's like if you use Bollinger Bands or if you use anything else that kind of gauges if something is overextended. Just because it's overextended, it doesn't mean it has to stop at that particular time. So what you want to look for in that territory is slow down. Slow down. Yeah, Edmonton is 2 hours, yeah. Slow down. When I was there, they were building the Oilers Stadium. That was new. They were building that up downtown. I haven't been since. Arena, not stadium. All right, we're in another period similar to that. We just chop around for some time. When everything is synchronized, when the VIX is doing something, that's when we start to get those moves. We grab prior shifts highs. We're about 16 minutes away from power hour. 16 minutes away from power hour. Let's see how many likes we got, guys. 150 is the goal. 150 likes is the goal. More than 4 or 5 years ago. 2015, 2016. During that time. 14, 15. I wasn't there for too long. I was there maybe for 2 years. Okay, 11 subs away, guys. 11 subs away. 15 minutes. We'll do the giveaway at 3 o'clock. You think we hit 689 in power hour? 689. 689 just above us, above this territory here. 689. Let's just put it like this: if we can stay above this territory here, above 687.42, there's a good chance we can get to 689. Okay, if the waves remain, if we don't start to flip these waves on the 1, we can possibly start pushing into 689. Once those waves flip, 689 is not it's not out of the possibility, but now it's kind of getting delayed. It's taking some time to work its way to the upside. Because timing is everything. Time is everything. If we're seeing anything, the timing is everything. Okay. Continue to listen.
So widely adopted, which they are. Do we need Bitcoin? Does it have a purpose?
Well, that's why I said the whole ecosystem was rallying today, because...
But we're still down over 50% from our highs of last October.
Right. So, you know, our view coming into 26 is that Bitcoin is governed by the two things you know about Bitcoin: limited supply at 21 million, and the halvening cycle, where the Bitcoin miners who run the network get paid half the number of Bitcoin every 4 years. There's been an investing cycle. Bitcoin goes up 3 years in a row, goes down pretty massively in that fourth year. 2026 is that fourth year. So that's why we're in a Bitcoin bear market, excuse me. So I don't think we can overcomplicate. I think we can overcomplicate it. Now, I think we're making a bottom, and this is a very nice sign of life. So yeah, that's where I think we're at.
So the real tell is 2027. For all those out there who say, when am I, year five?
We may get a rally later in this year. But you need 3 to 6 months to work through a bear.
If you're looking for a rally on Bitcoin, 70K is the most important level. You want to see a decisive break above it, continued follow through, and you want it to go through those $1,000 increments fairly quickly, preferably within a span of a couple days. So you want it to go from 70, 71, 72, 73, quickly start to accelerate and create as much separation away from 70 as possible. So that tells you that there's a lot of demand at that 70K. As long as we stay below 70K, we come into 70K, we flirt with 70K, we reject off 70K, right? We're not gonna see an accelerated push. And from 70, we can see if you can get into 80, and from 80 to 90, so on and so forth. Okay. So from a long-term perspective, if an asset that you like is down 50, 60%, that's a buy. You don't want to buy when it's high. You don't want to buy at all-time highs. All right, you want to have your entry, okay, significantly below the all-time highs. So if it does draw down from all-time highs, you still have a little bit of cushion. Okay, like for instance, what's the 52-week high, 52-week low of Bitcoin? I gave you guys the measure on how to do to see if you have a decent, very simple mathematical calculation to see if you have a good entry. Okay, get the high, 52-week high, 52-week low. Okay, divide it by 2. If your entry price, you can divide it by 2. If your entry price is this for assets you like, assets you love. If your entry price is above, well above and very close to that top of that price, top of where price is currently, you don't have a comfortable entry. If you want it to be near, okay, or below the 52-week high low, 50%. So you want your entries at discount. So this is a discount. Everything below 52-week rolling 52-week high low divided by 2 is the discount entry. Most people, what they do is they buy here. So what happens is if the particular asset starts pulling back, they get shaken out. Okay, they lose track of it. Many years pass by. It starts to pull back, and before you know it, the asset is completely gone. You did the due diligence of identifying the name. You did the due diligence of finding your entry, right? But it's very important that you wait for that particular name to get beat up. Case in point, MSFT. I'm looking at MSFT on the bigger picture as well. Okay, I'm keeping a close eye on MSFT for long-term ads for shares. Okay, even possible leaps in this territory. All right, if that can hold, MSFT is discounted 28% to 32%. Okay, what's the 52-week high, 52-week low of MSFT? Let me look it up real quick. Okay, so 555. We'll just give a rough number. And the low is 344. Okay, so 555. Uh, 344. Okay, so anything below 449, you have a pretty decent entry. We're at 390. Okay, so that means from this point, do you foresee MSFT dropping all the way to 52-week lows? And the 52-week lows, of course, are 344. If you can get it at 52-week lows, okay, in this area, this is a 52-week low, this support territory. So do you foresee Microsoft dropping for another 10 to 15%? If you do, you wait. Or you start laddering in. Okay? So Microsoft is one to keep a close eye on. Because 5 years from now, Microsoft is not going to be 390. Put in the chat, do you think Microsoft is going to be $600? Okay, you don't have to have a horse in the race to answer this. Do you think Microsoft is going to be $600? Or do you think Microsoft is going to be $330 by 2030? Okay, by 2030, do you think Microsoft is going to go from where it is 4 years from now? Do you think it's going to be above 600, near 600, or do you think it's going to be right where it is or below where it is? Because if you get it here after 5 years, okay, you'll only be down 10%. Okay, but if say you see something you like and you don't get it, all right, and if it does go, you missed out on 50%. Okay, so very important. That's how you want to make that assessment, right? Names you like, you already did the fundamentals due diligence on. You have that. You've been watching these names. You've been paying attention to these names. And now it's a matter of, okay, pulling the trigger and play the long game. Okay, you don't want to babysit, check every single day, check every 2 days. That's why you have to have separate accounts. For your long term, you have to have a separate account. So you're not even paying attention, you're not even looking at it. It doesn't exist. All right, maybe you're looking at it every quarter. Okay? Maybe you're looking at it every quarter. When you're listening to the quarterly earnings calls, you visit your long-term every quarter. And outside of that, you have alerts because you're building a base. You're trying to collect those 100 plus shares. Okay? 100 plus shares, 200 shares, 300 shares, 400 shares, so on and so forth. And then you can really start to get very, very fancy with your options. You can play options on both sides. Okay, you can buy the contracts, you can and then now you can even make money off the contracts as well. Because you have shares. All right? So there's a handful of names that are down like that. Microsoft is just one example. This is my first time when you're live already. You may be a believer. How time flies. Absolutely, guys. Make sure to like the video. If you're a first-time viewer, continue to tune in. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. There's one more spot left in the February trial. Take advantage of that trial. 25% off your first month. The March trial, right, that's going to be available tomorrow once that spot fills up. And it's going to be 10 spots available. 10 spots available. Use the code TRIAL30, but it's not going to be 25% off, all right? Of course, the channel has been growing. We're getting more exposure. I would say the past couple of weeks because of the fact you guys are liking the videos, subscribing, right? So continue to do that so we can continue to get these content in front of as many people as possible and cultivate an amazing community on YouTube, in the private community, and anything we have anything we have to do with as far as YouTube, Google Meets, community, anywhere, right? Right now we're not on social media, right? We'll look to ensure that traders are put in a position where they can do their best, put themselves in position to win. That's the whole point. Through education, through demonstration, through live training, that's the whole point. And as we continue to grow, guys, I will never send you a message from any social media platform. In the Discord, I'll never send you a message and ask you for money or tell you to invest in anything. That's a red flag. Okay, for new members, I will never send you a message first. Okay, so it's very important that as a member, as a Spy Striker Apex member, you send a friend request to me and you send a message just so we have that initial interaction between us. And if you see any other message that come in your inbox, you know automatically that's not me. The red flag number one is I will never send you a message first. All right. So if you see a message, keep a close eye. It's very similar to phishing emails, right? When you get a phishing email back in the day, you would look at the email address, you would look at the extension, you would look at the spelling, you would look at these. There's just those signs. All right. So I don't want anyone to get scammed by fake accounts pretending to be me. All right. So make sure to understand I'll never send you a message first. It's just one-way communication. It's one-way communication from the standpoint of folks on YouTube. I read the chat. I provide the commentary, the analysis and insight. Okay, there's no way I can reach to you. Okay, there's no way I can reach out to you, so you have to reach out to me first. Market not caring about oil right now, 100%. Right? Stop caring about oil at the very open, even before the open. Start to fade. Have a blessed day, small red, but still in the game. Beautiful job, Tujin. So you got to make that assessment, guys. From in 2030, right? You're either going to say, I should have done this, or I'm glad I did this. Those are the only two statements you're going to, of course, God willing, everyone's still around for 2030, right? Everyone has good health. But 23, you're going to say, I wish I did this, or I'm glad I bought this at this price at this particular time, when everybody was not believing in it. When everybody said it wasn't going to work. That is the time to get involved. When something is beat up. Especially for the people who trade Bitcoin. Right now is a great time if you're a big Bitcoin maxi to be loading up. To start loading up. All right, not when it's at 120,000. Okay, you want to get it during the winter, whatever asset class you're looking to get involved in. By the time it's in the mainstream, by the time the whole frenzy is taking place on social media, it's too late. Okay, it's too late. Because your exit liquidity by that time. So folks who got it when no one wanted it, sell it to the people who didn't get it when no one wanted it, and they want it when everyone wants it. That, and you become the exit liquidity. So what is the skill behind buying a low? Is time. Just being as patient as possible. What is the, of course, is never going to feel comfortable buying something after you, of course, as you have to do your due diligence. Never going to feel comfortable buying something that is red. It's only going to make sense as time passes. Right? Example on Bitcoin. Would you rather buy Bitcoin at 70K and be wrong? Okay? Or would you rather buy Bitcoin at 120K and be wrong? Which one makes more logical sense? Right? Because with every investment, there's no guarantee. But where would you rather deploy your wrong? If you're going to be wrong, it might as well be somewhere near the lows. $689 SPY. I'm running all the way down. Okay. So we're officially in power hour, guys. Officially in power hour. Let's see if we hit our like threshold. A new record for the channel today. We're at 139, 141 likes. New record. Over 1,500 people stopped by. Make sure you're subscribed. Once we get to 150, we'll do the giveaway, guys. We'll do the giveaway. 150 likes. If you're a first-time viewer, continue to tune in. We're live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Live Trading SPY, providing market commentary, trade commentary, and me sharing some ideas. If you are just jumping in, we did see some activity early on, which was very, very bullish, contrary to what a lot of the maybe the trading communities or a lot of traders thought was going to take place. This morning we opened up, gap down, we started to push the upside, the opposite. Ever since then, we've been trending to the upside. We do have some moments where we do pull back from time to time, but they just end up being higher lows. Vic, ticker symbol Vic. If you have any chart requests, put in the chat. I'm not sure what Vic is. What's Vic? Joint stock company, finance, real estate development. Okay. XLRE, real estate, right? They're waiting for the interest rates to drop, right? For interest rates can drop. Real estate has been not a lot of movement on real estate for quite some time here. All right, the highest point we reached was, of course, during 2021. So, of course, real estate is very interest rate sensitive. Mortgage rate sensitive as well. Oh, VIX. Okay, VIX. VIX, yeah, VIX is starting to, nice little bottom support there. Multiple touch that support. See if you can use a push. Right, it's kind of between those two psychological levels. No problem. Desi Vanilla 007. All right, let's put up the poll. I know the poll's a little late, guys, so if you do see this poll late, strikers. All right, power hour. Let us know how you did today. Today is Monday. We like to ease our way into Monday, use less size, get a feel for the week. Not because it's a catalyst, but look at this, guys, all of a sudden. Not because it's a catalyst, because that's part of our protocol. All right. So I am ready to kick off the week. Look at that. VIX is starting to spike. Good call out, Desi. See if we can hold below these highs here. All right, we've grabbed these highs, double top-ish, break structurally. Now do we have enough room to start to slice and dice? If the VIX continues to climb above that 2075, that can give us a little more room to drop into 686.85. 686.85. Have we touched VWAP today? We have not touched VWAP, right? VWAP is all the way at 684.66. All right, we're starting to move here. Look at that, guys. The clean move. Late day selling across the board. We're coming back to that dead upside breaker. Wow, this thing is starting to sell. Okay, VIX is at that 2075. Okay, if it can hold about 2075, it makes strides into 21. Selling continues. That's the biggest candle that we saw all day. Biggest sell candle we saw all day. Cleanest sell candle that we saw. Look at that 5-minute candle. This 5-minute candle is the same size, right, as the candle that we saw at 1425, 1420, 1415, and 1410. So from 210 all the way to 230. Now from 210 all the way to basically to 225. That 15-minute stretch we just wiped out in 3 minutes. Okay, if the VIX gets above 21, we can start gravitating back towards that yearly open, 685.71. Just like that. Anyone riding that thing? Also, you're trading the VIX itself. I'm looking forward to this stream to get 200 likes. Yeah, we'll see. March, we'll see if we can crack 200. All right. 200 will be support one day. Okay, we're 5 likes away from the giveaway, guys. 5 likes away. We're starting to see some some selling here. Late day selling, some profit taking. Okay, what we were waiting for was we were waiting for oil to start waking up. Okay, crude is starting to push above that 72.23, so there can be some legitimacy. Now that's a good way to play it as well. Taking the calls on the VIX. VIX is tradable, guys. VIX is tradable. How are the spreads looking on VIX? Sometimes it can be a little spready from time to time. Okay, does this lead us all the way back to this territory? Okay, VIX is back above 21 now. Okay, we're starting to get some selling pressure. Starting to get some selling pressure here. Okay, we're about to crack 33.30. As far as subs are concerned, guys, again, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. So we might crack 4K. We could possibly crack 4K by the end of the month with your support. All right. It takes a village. It takes a community to build up the channel, guys. So this is your community just as much as mine. Okay. Okay, we're back in this territory that yearly open. All right. So the last time we were in this territory, we had some sort of reaction, but the VIX is coming with full force. Look at the VIX. Last minute spike. VIX just spiked. I bought 318.20 calls. Okay, those were in the money, so they could possibly move a little deeper in the money. Now the fact that we're above 21. Wow, what a sell. Another $200 for Sancho. Beautiful job. 150%. Turbo. I keep taking it off. I'm trying to do all three. 2 contracts. All right, in this territory, we did see buyers step in initially. I have somewhat of a stuffy nose today for some reason. Not good. Maybe VWAP touch, possibly. If we can get to VWAP 684, 68, 684, 68. That would require us to get into this, get close to this territory down here. So below these lows and above that 684, 10. So between this key area. Although the spreads, right? The spreads, yeah. The VIX is a little spready. Thanks, got it. Love your channel and your voice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. I use trauma, view out breakouts, trend. But market sometimes is crazy, 100%. This is crazy to say the least. We are in power hour. We're to kick off power hour. We got a nice sell to the downside. Very, very critical area here. Last time we came to this territory, had a pretty significant response. So we're not fully in the clear. Let's see if the buyers can start stepping in off of this grab of these lows. If they don't step in here, this thing is headed towards VWAP 684. We can jumble those two levels together, right? VWAP along with that 685.20. No buyer step in that territory, then we can start to make some strides into this BOG. But still, on the daily, guys, the bulls got it. Okay, the bulls got it. As long as they don't blow the lead, and we get back below like this 682.38, the bulls got it. All right, all they need to do is just maintain that lead for the next 46 minutes. All right, it can be a different story after market. It can be a different story in the pre-market. As far as today's concerned, that's what they need to do. That's what they need to do. Okay. Okay, everything is selling off, guys. They waited all day to dump this thing. Excuse me. Okay. We're at those lows. VIX is above 21. And that's the great equalizer, right? That's the great equalizer, Rose Lou. No one knows. That is the great equalizer. The fact that no one knows makes it a level playing field, in my opinion. Iran's Revolutionary Guard commander says that. Okay, that pathway that a lot of that the cargo ships take is closed. That might be it. VWAP is 684.58. That pathway is so critical because that pathway leads to exports going to China. And look at that, guys. Look at that. No, I don't trade VIX. VIX. Anyone grab that? Right, you can see the algos where they're going. They're going all the way down here, grabbing those lows. Once they grab that liquidity, swoosh. Okay, swoosh. Does this need to lead all the way up there? No. If you're a scalper, you take that at that territory, you can easily get 20, 30, 40, 50%, depending on where your entry is. And then you just let the runner ride. But just keep in mind, guys, we're backs against the wall, contracts losing value quickly. If you're on the zeros, if that 5 minute candle closes, if it gets above POC 686.55, we can make some strides back the upside. VIX is headed back towards the downside, back at 21. If it gets back below 21, that can give it some fuel back the upside. So quickly shifting. This is just liquidity engineering. All right. You can see it take place. And then now starting to push back up. So POC 686.55 close required for this to have more fuel. If we can do that and then get back above 686.85, we can start to make a run, possibly into the highs of the day. Okay, if we start to struggle at POC, start to struggle at 686.85, we're going to constantly get dragged into this area here, and that can stall for a few minutes. Okay, we'll get some back and forth in that area. Historically, anytime we're in that daily open and we can't make significant separation, we tend to stall in that area. All right, so for us to not stall, VIX needs to slice and dice through 21 back to downside, or immediately bounce off that 21, and then if we fall back below that yearly open, that pushes lower. If the VIX falls below 21, continues to fall lower, heads towards that 20.75, about a 25-cent drop, that fuels us back the upside. Okay. Okay, let's see. Just like that. See if we get that continue push. Nothing like options. Hopefully I'm not coming down with a cold or anything. I already had that nasty flu that was going around during the holiday season. The kids come back with all sorts of things from school. Got you, Yen. I see your DM. Again, guys, 150 likes. Giveaway time before 3:30. All right, let's smash 150. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. We have viewers joining us from all over the place. Okay, rejection off that key level there. We're at 150. So put your names in the chat, guys, for the next 10 minutes. Within the next 10 minutes, put your names in the chat. We will do the giveaway of VWAP last line of defense 684.71. If your name is not on this list already, okay, all these names are eligible for the giveaway. The rules to the giveaway very straightforward, very simple. You put your name in the chat. If you're gonna win, I spin the wheel. You win. I send you a link. You send me a DM with a keyword. I give you access to a course. Okay, 6-hour against our day trading options course, and with a couple of resources as well. That was such a beautiful drop of the day. Just closed and locked out. Beautiful job, Czar. And now it's starting to get sticky in this area. We got Sammy. Good afternoon, Sammy. We got Amy. Good afternoon, Amy. Start putting it on the side. All right, so if I see your names, I put your names in the chat. I want to pay attention to what's going on here. All right, let's take a listen here.
What I really love about what I'm hearing from Chris and Brandon yourself today, Scott, is just this idea that there's a broader, longer-term strategic evolution that's evolving, not only in geopolitics, but also in technology and in the way that the market and the economy function. This is a period where the incremental investment move, in our view, needs to be towards quality and diversification. It is so straightforward, but it has not been popular for the last 15 years of one-way market up U.S. tech outperformance. Again, I think that tech is a part of that bolstering picture of a portfolio, but the incremental moves into the broadening of the S&P 500, into credit where we have quality and sort of infrastructure enablement, and geographic diversification, again, just so important as investors reposition for this new reality.
Guys, we'll have to leave it there. I appreciate your understanding of that and your patience through some breaking news. Chris, thank you. Lauren and Bryn as well. Let's send it now to Christina again for a look at the biggest names moving into the close.
Scott, we got a big mover. AeroVironment shares sinking after Raymond James triple downgraded the drone maker to an underperformed from strong buy. It comes after it lost exclusivity to a $1.4 billion satellite contract with the Space Force. We've actually seen a huge swing. What I mean by that is that it was up as much as 20% just this morning, and now you can see it dropping in the other direction, now down about 20. Berkshire Hathaway also in the red after posting an operating earnings decline of nearly 30% in its last quarter, with Warren Buffett as CEO. It comes amid underperformance in the conglomerate's insurance segment. Shares down roughly almost 4.5%, but 6% just over the last year. And last but not least, CrowdStrike shares. They're climbing right now, about 3% on an upgrade to overweight from neutral at Piper Sandler. The firm says AI-related concerns for the cyber stock are just overdone, and it views AI as an opportunity rather than a displacement threat. And so that's
okay. We got Sumi. Keep putting your names in until 3:30. We'll do the giveaway there. Oh, sorry, Arnie. Okay, my bad. Not Amy. Arnie, we got. I think I got you SPX. All right, so that's again that it gets sticky in that area. We've seen it take place there, smaller scale. We've seen it take place here before as well. That stickiness is what really takes that premium, the juice from the premium, right? So we have to see if we can start to make a decisive move away from this area, probably tied to the VIX trade separation away from that 21. So the Bulls did their job. So again, 5-game series. The Bulls got game 1. Okay. 5-game series. The Bulls got game 1. Still 4 games left in this series. They got game 1. Barring some sort of $7-8 push to the downside, the Bulls got it. Drop down to the 1. See the waves are starting to wave. Okay. Let me clean this up. That was the entry trigger from earlier. We got Beck. Keep putting your names in, guys. We'll do the giveaway and make sure Beck's not on the list. I got Bev. Don't have Beck. Okay, got you, Beck. Good afternoon, Beck. right? Can't go either way here. If the VIX continues to create that separation away to the upside from 21, that supports that breakdown into these lows, and then if it can hold below those lows into 684.10, VIX starts to gravitate back towards 21, breaks below 21, we can start gravitating back into 680, 650. What our neighbor's doing, it looks like everyone is headed back towards VWAP. So VWAP test, late day VWAP test coming up. 684.67 encompasses the VWAP and those lows. Let me just put that on my other chart. So put in the chat, guys. Do we bounce off this level? So we got a shift low plus VWAP. If we get into those lows after 3:30. If we get into these lows before 3:30, it's just VWAP. Okay, it's just VWAP. Let's see if we can hit that 33.40 mark. We're 8 subs away. 8 subs away. We're going to do a giveaway here shortly in about 2 to 5 minutes. In the chat on YouTube, let me know how long you've been tuning in. Okay, how long you've been tuning in. If you've been here all day, big shout out to you. If you're just jumping in, let us know as well how long you've been watching. Just a rough estimate. The average watch time today is 37 minutes. So that's a huge number, guys. Continue to listen here.
You have seen a different approach. You know, this is one of those instances where you think about the evolution of the CEO and the skill set required, where at the inception of a company, it's very important to be extraordinarily visionary, hard charging. But then as a company evolves over time, and historically we saw that line at the IPO point, we're seeing it earlier now because companies are taking longer to go public and are also scaling enormously. And so it requires a little bit of a different skill set when you reach this point of having these important customers. And what we really saw was, you know, Sam Altman has been very supportive of the administration, has participated in all of the events. And the key difference is, you know, Dario chose, or Anthropic chose, to maximize the moral clarity, and OpenAI chose to maximize institutional compatibility. And when you really look at the results, they almost are, OpenAI got what Anthropic really wanted, but they didn't.
Okay, OpenAI strikes deal with Pentagon. It's a little bit of a privacy concern. Okay. They're obviously going to put the pieces together, guys. SPY alongs at this point. You can maybe wait to VWAP, whatever lines up, possible. If we can hold that territory, reclaim that 685.71 decisively. Right, that into that 5-minute candle is still inside, so it's still up for grabs. Around 3 hours. Wow, 3 hours. 90 minutes just got in. So let me know how long you've been tuning in, guys. Okay. Again, we're saying that's going to get sticky in this area. Look how sticky it gets. So outside of that nice push to the upside, that nice scalp there, it's been sticky. Even the downside is very sticky. Right? It's draining the premium. Draining the premium. As far as the 1 minute waves are concerned, we're bearish. We got 8:30. Wow. I'm assuming that's Eastern time. I don't think I was live for since 8:30. Or what time zone is 8:30? 8:30. What time? 4 hours for Rico. Okay, so this is probably the area where we can see if we're going to get a bounce. This is the area. From 9 till now. So wall-to-wall coverage past few days. Oh, Central. Okay, Central. Okay, so that's basically 9:30. From 9:30. No, where else am I going? So sticky situation here, right? It can go anywhere. Back and forth, kills premium on both sides. Whether you're in the calls or the puts. If you take that rejection off these puts into this area, if you take the calls from here to there, you take the money and run. Outside of that, it just burns premium. Unless you're in some lotto longs and just where you're willing to sit through that back and forth. Okay. Boot camp. Okay, waiting for the boot camp. All right, so giveaway time, guys. OpenAI strikes deal with Pentagon, so we need to know what the extent of that deal is. So that gives Pentagon a backdoor to OpenAI, basically. All right. Just imagine how many people do use OpenAI. One trade, 40% win. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, let's do the giveaway. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna have to get garlic, onion, turmeric, honey, all that stuff. Vitamin C. I'm gonna overdose on all those things tonight. Okay, because I can feel a stuffy nose coming. All right, let's do it. Giveaway time. Giveaway. All right, so this is a very rare occasion where I'm probably going to get 3 colds, all right, in 1 year. All right, I haven't got a cold in many, many years. So we're going to try to block it. Block it on its path with all those remedies. All right, so giveaway time. Let's spin the wheel. All right, so the winner, let me open up SPY on this chart as well. As SPY starts to climb here. All right, so the winner, the third winner of the day is, any last entries? Let me check the chat on Google. All day. Good. Elderberry. Okay, winner. The winner is Kim. Kim is the winner. Congratulations, Kim. Congrats, Kim. Big congratulations. Let's go back to SPY. I'll show you how to claim your prize. Keyword for today is opposite. Keyword for today is opposite. Me DM and free Discord. I'll put the free Discord here. A keyword is opposite. So your name, your email, and opposite. After the stream is done, I will add you to the Google Classroom where you can access all the resources for the course. Okay. Anyone else is also welcome to join the free tier Discord. There's a few features for you to take advantage of at this link. But Kim, send me a DM. All right, so every 50 likes, we do giveaways. Every 50 likes, we do a giveaway. So one of these days, let's see if we can crack 200 likes. Okay, we can do it. It's within reach. We already had 1,600 people stop by, so that's all. That's still under 10% of the people. Need to get GX level so helpful. I pay $100 a month. For it, worth it to see walls. Are you using a Cheddar? You said you were using Cheddar Flow. 51st state. A black box. Okay, black box. Oh, cold shower. Ice bath. I don't know. I think it's just this year. I usually get a call maybe once every 3 to 5 years. All right, get a nice little immune system update. Okay, get the latest variant and then adapt. But this year, it's been a little too frequent. A little too frequent. Okay. Why does it keep doing that? Let me fix that. So Kim, send me the DM. Make sure to send the DM. So everyone tuning in today, make sure to tune in tomorrow. We'll see what's in store. Do we gap up? Do we gap down? Do we continue to expand? Is this just a major just dead cat bounce? We shall see. We're going to cover it first, of course, in the pre-market prep show at 9 a.m. Right, 9 a.m. We're going to cover everything. Today, a lot of great setups. Could have done a better job putting myself in position. Just a little delayed on my end. Kudos to everyone who did take advantage of those ideas. You guys did tremendous. That's nice to see those levels. All right, we're going to reconvene tomorrow. We're looking to wrap up here in a few minutes. We'll go through ways to join our community, to put yourself in position, resources, indicator coming out at the end of the month, Shockwave 15. We'll see what tomorrow has in store. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions before we wrap up? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? So wall-to-wall coverage from open all the way to near the close, 350 algo. We'll look to wrap it up there in the next 10 minutes. So now we know what the market feels. We know what the market feels. All right. Bullish reaction, whether we like it or not. Bullish reaction at the upside. The market is the ultimate decider in this case. For folks who are logging off, have a great rest of your day. Make sure to like, subscribe. Okay. Strikers, answer the poll question. Get us a good feel. It's voluntary. It's up to you to answer it. No swing for tomorrow. Thank you for the good words. Absolutely. Again, tomorrow, more comment. The thing is, the cool thing with the market is we never know where the thing's going to go. We never know where it's going to go. So we always have something to discuss, something to learn, something to share, something to witness as a community, right? If it was something that we just know what's going to happen every single time, it's not going to be as fun. The fact that it's unpredictable, that's what keeps us interested. That's what keeps us coming back. But in the midst of its unpredictability, we have setups that are predictable, right? So we're not going to just do random things just because it's unpredictable. All right. Only one trade. Good job, strikers. Again, guys, it's an early week for us for the strikers. It's just the beginning of the month. Continue to stick to your rules. Continue to stick to your plan. Piece by piece. We're going to build brick by brick, step by step. No rush. All right, no rush. If you are looking to level up your membership, take advantage. Go to smartactiontrade.com. Of course, a live boot camp. This boot camp is already behind us now. So all the giveaway winners, you'll have access to this recording and a couple of resources as well. The community. This is you have access to everything in the community. Pre-market prep stream, delay-free, ad-free stream. High probability ideas. We have the 6-hour course, of course. Getting started day trading options course. Day trade, swing trade ideas, automated technicals. I will be adding an indicator in here. 2,000 plus hours of training available. Now we have weekly webinars every Sunday night at 7:30 p.m. We go over the recap of the week. We make a plan for next week. We go over tickers and ideas. If you missed that episode, the recording is posted. Just scroll up in the chat. So use the code TRIAL30. There's one more spot left in February. For the month of March, the code will be 15% off instead of 20%. All right, sign up, take advantage. If you want to lock in for the year, best bang for your buck. Free bootcamp ticket for the upcoming bootcamp. Okay, and of course, the coaching call available. You save 4 months. All right, so the indicator will be added to this plan. So if you are in this plan, an indicator does get added. All right, there's no price increase and you're grandfathered in. Okay, you're grandfathered in. You don't have to worry about any price increase. All right, that's the least I can do for you to trust the community, for you to trust the services. Okay, of course, you're going to sign up for any courses. Okay, Getting Started course, that's available. The bundle's available as well. Coaching available as well. Ebook, how to plot my levels, that's available. All available on the site. If you want to support the channel through YouTube, you can do that as well. There's the Refill My Coffee and, of course, SAT VIP. You get access to a ton of videos in there. You have access to a private chat as well. If you want to support the merch, the most popular piece of merch we have, of course, is the SAT Power Up mug. All right, a very, very simple mantra that we go by. See profit, take profit. Don't be wrong for long. All right, so the word is, if you have this mug, if you're using this mug, if you're utilizing it, right, your win rate increases by 25%. All right. All right. If you have this mug, win rate increases by 25%. Okay. All qualitative data. All right. Any questions? Any questions? Absolutely, Lynn. Tremendous job on just taking that one trade, taking advantage. Yeah, I had a bug the last 2 months. Really. Yeah, it's just, who knows what's going on nowadays. So the protocol is, of course, just keep your immune system firing on all cylinders. Okay, I did see your DM. I'm going to give you a thumbs up. I'll provide the giveaway for you again, so no worries. And I'll drop the link to join as well, okay? So let's see if that code is still available. Trial 30. Okay. That's the February trial. Okay, yeah, 25% off. March will be 15%. All right, so take advantage of that. Use the code. Any questions, strikers? Any questions? We're starting to push back the upside. But look how long you had to sit through. By that time, we know this window from that 315, 320 to 330, all the way to that 350 territory, the theta starts to kick in very heavily. So even if you're right, directionally, if you have the wrong contracts, you can be wrong. Okay? Okay, we'll take this into 350, and then we'll look to wrap up. Okay, 350 and wrap up. Thank you, George. I've learned a lot watching you live trade every day. Absolutely, guys. That's what intended for you to learn, for you to see all the things that go into it, the wins, the losses, the managing positions, the psychological hurdles. Everything is not always rainbows, right? You have to fortify yourself. You have to be able to withstand adversity, show up, still be disciplined and diligent. And that's the recipe to come out a winner at the end. Okay? Head and shoulder. Let me zoom out just a little bit. I can see that. That entire thing is that left shoulder, head, right shoulder. If we remain below this territory here, I can see that. That's a great point you bring up. That's a great point. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up in 2 minutes. As always, it's always a privilege, honor to trade alongside you guys. Tomorrow, new opportunities. We'll see where we are. Do we gap up? Do we gap down? To be honest, I can't give you an answer for that. Anything can happen. What we do know is up until this point, that daily candle on all the indexes are bullish engulfing candle, right? So if we were to take that into consideration, if we get that buying to continue from today until tomorrow, we get that continued buying, we get that reversal, right? If we get that that buying to halt slightly, maybe we gap down in the jaws of this range. If we gap down below today's range, that would be significant, right? If we gap down below today's range and reverse the engulfing candle, very rare occurrence, but it's very possible. So really interesting to see what does take place overnight. So again, we'll see how that plays out, and we'll see what does take place. Regardless of where it goes, we're gonna have something to show for it. We're gonna have something to take advantage of and show for it. Okay. The cup. Yeah, the cup is on our site. Everything's on smartactiontrade.com. All right. That's the cup. Again, the merge is not a money grab. All right, it's going through. Okay, 350 algo here. All right, it's just basically covering the cost of the mug itself and shipping. All right, that's the mug. $350 algo. But tremendous job by the bulls. We know how the market feels. So if the conflict continues at the current pace, more than likely this kind of action continues. If it escalates, barring escalation overnight, all right, something the market can't price in, we'll stay where we are or maybe gap up. If it escalates overnight, maybe gap down within the range. If it really takes a serious escalation, which I highly doubt, then we gap below that 678, 62. Very low chance there. Okay, but we'll see what does take place. Okay, so thank you for tuning in, guys. Make sure to like the video on your way out. As always, stay safe. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless.